Okay. Already? Good afternoon, everyone. I can't believe the words are going to come out of my mouth, but we are going to have our November 1st Board of Supervisors meeting, and thank you all for coming. So I'm pleased to call us to order. If we have, we're going to start our meeting like we always do, which is an invocation. This month, we are thrilled to have Pastor Bobby Boyd from Victory Christian Church, and then Vice Chair of Auditors will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand as you're able.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this Board of Supervisors gathered here today. I ask that you will give them wisdom and discernment as they go about their business and make decisions. And I thank you for our county and the people in it. And I just ask that you will just really bless Goochland County. And I thank you for this wonderful place to live. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please be seated. Thank you. All right, we will move right into chair's comments. The only thing I just want to say is just what a wonderful time of year this is in Goochland County. All the festivals that are occurring, both public and private, there's so much to do. Just the county looks fantastic. I'll be here and I see some mowing going on, so just appreciate all that and just everything that we've got going on. So thank everybody for that. And at that, I'll turn it over to our county administrator.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I got several items to remind you about coming up. This coming Saturday, November 4th, is Kame Fest at Central High School. It's an anime and comic book convention. It'll be from 10 a.m. to 6 o'clock. Also coming up November 7th will be Election Day. County offices will be closed. The convenience centers are open. That same week, November 11th, we remember our veterans on November 11th, which is a county and state holiday. Convenience centers will be open that day as well. We'll celebrate Thanksgiving this month. County offices will be closed from noon on the 22nd through the 24th. Convenience centers closed on Thanksgiving Day. And finally, our Christmas tree lighting, December 1st, 6:30 to 8:30 at Napa Field by the roundabout. So very busy 30 days ahead of us. Encourage everybody to take part and see all the great things Goochland County has. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, or Mr. County Administrator, did you want to read the letter of support on your phone?
Also, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we received a letter recently from a citizen that we've been asked to read into the record. And it is a letter from a member of the Knesset of the Nation of Israel, Sharon Haskell, directed to the Honorable Jason Miyares, Attorney General of Virginia. Dear Attorney General Miyares, I write to convey our profound appreciation for your unwavering support and invaluable contribution to the State of Israel during these challenging times. I wish to express my deepest gratitude for your generous aid in addressing Israel's pressing needs amid the ongoing conflict. Your contributions have played a pivotal role in ensuring the safety of our valiant soldiers and the well-being of our civilians on the front line. Your benevolent donations have significantly bolstered our defense capabilities, providing essential equipment, including ballistic protective gear, vests, and critical medical supplies, while fortifying our defenses. This, in turn, has contributed to the safeguarding of the welfare of the citizens of the State of Israel during these challenging circumstances. Allow me to reiterate my profound gratitude for your contributions. Your extraordinary commitment serves as a beacon of hope and resilience for the people of Israel, reinforcing our unwavering determination in advancing our collective pursuit of peace and stability in the region. I deeply value your unwavering solidarity and generous assistance during these trying times. With utmost gratitude, member of Knesset, Sharon Haskell.
Mr. Carpenter, and I know Ms. Laskell has been involved in this, but I believe that we are participating in some way through some of our public safety efforts.
Yes.
About Goochland related to that letter. You might want to read.
Yes, and that's coming up then, also from the same member of the Knesset. Wish to express my heartfelt appreciation for your invaluable assistance in securing aid and essential equipment for the State of Israel during these challenging times. Your support has been pivotal in ensuring the timely provision of aid and essential equipment, including protective gear and medical supplies. Your dedication to this cause is appreciated, and your contributions have made a significant impact on our ability to respond to the current situations. And this is to our sheriff for supplies that we have donated to the nation of Israel from our resources in Goochland County.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Okay. Next on our agenda, we have a presentation by Dr. Paula Pando, President of Reynolds Community College. Welcome, Dr. Pando.
Thank you.
Can you, the bottom, on the bottom of the mic? Press the red button. There you go. Thank you so much.
I wish I had a better story as to why I'm limping, but I've learned that in my 50s, a stubbed toe is no longer, you break them now. So what should have been a stubbed toe is now a broken little toe. But thank you very much for having us here this afternoon to talk a little bit about what's happening with the college. It is hard to believe, Mr. Carpenter, when you said we can't believe we are here on November 1st. So that makes it about a year since I was here reporting to you last. And in that time, we've made a great deal of progress as a college, and we are thrilled to be sharing that with you this afternoon. So first, I'd like to thank Dr. Geyer, who's in the audience today. Believe it or not, Dr. Geyer has been serving for 7 years as the Goochland representative to the Reynolds College Board. And as I say to you every year, he represents Goochland so ably. He's a wonderful ambassador for the college and for the community of Goochland County. And we're so grateful for Steve's contributions to our college. Thank you, Steve, personally and for the college. I thank you for all you do for Reynolds and for Goochland County. So, what have we been up to since the last time we were here? Well, let's start with our spring. We celebrated our 17th Garden Fest here in Goochland County. We had over 900 participants in that day. Master gardeners, vendors, people from throughout the Richmond MSA. We had Richmonders here, folks from Goochland County and all of the surrounding counties enjoying what was a beautiful day right here in the Courthouse Village on the campus of Reynolds Community College here in Goochland County. We have had record numbers at Reynolds in the last year. I shared that with some of you who were able to join us at our local elected officials reception just a week or so ago. Our open houses are full to the brim. This year, we have exceeded every metric we set for ourselves, and these, friends, are stretch numbers. These are not what I call sandbag goals. These required us to stretch, and we met every retention goal, enrollment goal, persistence goal. Our summer enrollments were off the charts with over 4,000 students attending Reynolds this summer, many of them Goochland residents, many of them visiting scholars. Visiting scholars are those students who come to us. They are going to UVA, William and Mary, VCU, Virginia Tech, and they're taking some courses with us over the summer to fulfill their general education requirements. So we had a stellar summer. But behind these numbers, we always say there are people. There are people behind every metric, behind every percentage point. So a little bit about what's been happening with our people. Here are some images of our nursing students. This is the December cohort. 100% of them passed their nursing boards on the first try. To give you an idea of why that's so important, sub 80% goals gets you 80% completion of the NCLEX on that first shot, gets you in hot water with the Board of Nursing, not just in Virginia, but nationally. 100% of our December graduates passed their NCLEX on the first try. 100% of our May 2023 nursing students passed their NCLEX on their first try. This is very important because sometimes you can say the students got great grades. But these NCLEX exams are national board examinations. And so this means that the nursing professionals we're putting out there into the workforce are fully prepared to work on day one, 100%, 2 cohorts in a row. That's wonderful news for our college, for our students, but also our healthcare partners. We have invested a great deal in our facilities. Again, I think a part of great teaching is also our students learning in 21st century learning environments, and we continue to make those investments, not just in healthcare, not just in technology, but also our commitment to the trades to ensure that students who come to Reynolds Community College looking to work upon completion of a credential of value have the facilities, the faculty, and the programs to do so. As you all know, the Commonwealth passed the G3 law several years ago, which removes the tuition burden for families earning up to 400% of the poverty level. That is $100,000 for a family of four. Go tuition-free for these high-demand programs, largely in the trades, healthcare, technology, public safety, and early childhood education. And so removing that barrier, that tuition barrier, has really helped us reach out to more students who may not want to go for the baccalaureate, but really want to get to work with their hands, work in a trade, and we continue to make those investments. We are expanding our welding labs. This is primarily due to HERF funds. That's the Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund, the COVID dollars, as they were known. They're done. We don't have any more, but we opted, instead of plugging holes, to make significant investments in our facilities in the most expensive programs to run. I've shared with you, I can graduate 100 general education transfers to VCU for 10 nurses, for 10 welders, for 10 electricians, because of the lab costs, the consumable materials, et cetera, much more expensive than putting up a whiteboard and letting a teacher teach Shakespeare. So we made those investments without having to burden our localities or the state with more dollars, but I wonder what more could we do with more resources from the state. We are, unfortunately, the lowest funded institution of higher education in Virginia. To give you an idea, for a full-time equivalent student, the community colleges get $4,300 from the state. UVA-wise gets $17,000 for that same student. Richard Bland College gets above almost $8,000 per FTE. We're at $4,300. So we work miracles being in the bottom of the funded. And nationally, to give you an idea, that's in the lowest 23rd percentile nationally where Virginia falls in terms of higher ed funding. So the work that we're doing with the resources we have, we're incredibly proud of how far we go with just grit, creativity, turning over every stone, doing more with less, but we continue to expand in those programs where our communities need us the most. Most recently, again, when I say leave no stone unturned, grit, hustle, we might call it, back in my hometown of Jersey City, New Jersey, got a lot of hustle. We were the recipients of a $2.25 million grant from the Department of Education, and that's their Title III Strengthening Institutions program. This $2.25 million grant is going to really elevate the student journey in the college, creating real clear maps so students can't get lost in the curriculum and finish what they start as quickly as possible. It will also help us get more students past foundational math, foundational English. These are gateway courses that if they don't take and pass them in their first year, they are far less likely to complete. And this includes programs in our trades, because our mechanics need to know how to write a report. Our welders need to know how to read and write safety protocols, et cetera. So these are really important pieces that we will, over a 5-year period with the help of the federal government, and I might say, as a point of pride for us, this is one of the most difficult grants to get from the Department of Education, and I really kudos to our grants writers, to our faculty members and staff who contributed to an excellent grant with a near perfect score. So kudos to those who were involved in that. A little bit about Goochland County specifically. You might be interested in that. This semester, we have 311 students enrolled from Goochland County at the college. 15% of them are first in their family to go to college. 12% of them qualify for Pell Grants, and 10% are adult learners, meaning beyond the traditional age of 18 to 22 years old. So they are 22 and above, so they qualify as adult learners, though most of our students would say, Dr. Pando, I'm an adult, I'm 18. As a parent of 20-somethings, not yet adults, but I digress. In terms of financial support for our Goochland County students, nearly $250,000 just this past year alone in scholarships and aid were awarded to Goochland County students. So there's a real commitment. Our foundation, in fact, our Vice President for Institutional Advancement and Executive Director of our foundation, it's a very long title, Lindsay Robinson is here as well, leading that effort to ensure last year alone we awarded $1 million in scholarships to our students. And so between aid, between programs like G3, our scholarship programs really fill those gaps to ensure that finance is not a reason that keeps you from attending college, whatever path you choose to take. So we're really proud of that work, that we're helping students meet their financial needs so they can access what they need and complete what they start. Dual enrollment, you should be very proud. Goochland High School has 285 students enrolled right now in the Advanced College Academy program. This happens to be the largest ACA in our entire service region. Bigger than Henrico, bigger than Richmond, bigger than Hanover County. And I really have to say that is in great part to the leadership of Goochland County Public Schools. Why do I say that? Many of our school divisions only allow their topmost elite students to take advantage of an ACA-type program. The leadership in your county has made Advanced College Academy accessible to a much larger pool of students who, with the right supports, have been able to succeed. So the Goochland County or the Goochland High School ACA is the largest Advanced College Academy. These are students who will graduate with an associate's degree 2 weeks before they graduate from high school. In addition to that, let me show you, these are the class of 2023. There were 68 graduates this May, again, who graduated from Reynolds with an associate's degree a couple of weeks before they graduated from high school. And so far, 266 Goochland ACA graduates have, students have graduated from that program since its commencement. So we have 68 enrolled now, 266 lifetime graduates, and the largest ACA program in our entire school division. Equally important, this semester we have 41 students enrolled in just regular dual enrollment. We've come to know dual enrollment just as this ACA, graduating with a college degree. As important are students who are just taking a college class or two while they're in high school. Why is that important? There are students who have decided early on that they may not be college material, that high school is it, that there's nothing beyond high school for them. Being able to master a college algebra course or a basic college English course and mastering that opens a window to something bigger and something greater because they're able to master college level work while in high school. They will not graduate with an associate's degree. They may not be interested in an associate's degree, but they're now looking beyond high school as where their academic road ends. And we know that a post-secondary credential is required for over 70% of the jobs available now. A high school diploma is not enough for any job that pays a living wage. But the good news is that it doesn't require a baccalaureate. There are post-secondary credentials that are very valuable. And again, students who are getting that little taste in high school, they get to know that their trajectory is a lot farther than perhaps they imagined it was. Many of you, since we've been together the last time, we have a brand new chancellor who began in April of this year, Dr. David Doré, who brings a lifetime of experience. And here's the interesting thing. During the summer, there was a retreat where the chancellor laid out his priorities for the entire Commonwealth and for the system of community colleges. And here are the three. Increase regional capacity. That means working together, that we are working together to understand what are the needs of the counties we serve. Instead of being concerned one size fit all, what are the needs? And our needs are Region 4 based on the Go Virginia designation. So how are we going to build together? Bright Point Community College, Piedmont, Virginia Community College, Reynolds Community College, Rappahannock Community College. What does our region need to be concerned with? And so the programming that we provide aligns with our region needs. Meaningful credentials. You've seen the administration's priority of ensuring that every high school graduate has a meaningful post-secondary either credential or credits toward a credential. And we at Reynolds Community College have been leading the pack in that area for a long time. So we don't need to shift course there. And funding what works. Reynolds Community College, through our workforce arm, we are the second largest provider of credentials in the Fast Forward program in the Commonwealth. Second largest. And that means we are ahead of Northern Virginia Community College with 55,000 students, Tidewater Community College with over 20,000 students. The only college that has more Fast Forward credentials is Germanna Community College, which has this pavement program that's very specific to their area, and they just turn them over and over and over. But Reynolds Community College, through our workforce division, #2 provider of valuable credentials. So for us, it's keep doing what you're doing because it's working. I want to end by thanking you all with your support. It means a great deal to us that we have your support as we continue to think about what works for the campus here in Goochland County. We've had a couple of folks come to us with economic development opportunities that they would like to see and partner with the college, that of course we would come talk to you. Does this align with your idea of what fits here? Does this align with the view of the courthouse village and what future you envision for this area? But we continue to pound that rock to ensure that that valuable asset is maximized in the future. With that, I end my presentation. I'm mindful of your time and would take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Dr. Panda. Board, any questions for Dr. Panda? Mr. Lunkins.
Quickly, thank you, Dr. Pender. It is hard to believe it's been a year. Quickly, I want to echo your beginning, thanking Steve Geyer when I was on the school board many years ago, and he joined us from Clark County. It was amazing. And Steve, thank you so much for your many years of service. I know you've been great for the community college, but you continue to lead on instruction side of things, and it's thank you for continuing the leadership that I saw, many years ago. How long have you been here now? Close. Year 12. I thought it was over a decade. Well, yeah, you came right at the same time I joined the school board. Yeah. Well, thank you, and I know a good board member. So I was at the event. Was it a week ago or so?
Yes.
When you had us there, and you talked about finances, and you talked about it again today. And I was just kind of in my mind comparing what I heard you say today and what I heard you say the other day. And the chancellor also, we heard the chancellor speak about resources. And so from our perspective on the Board of Supervisors and knowing that we talk to our legislators, we're getting ready to talk to our state legislators with our legislative agenda. I wanted to be clear, you said about 2,300 per FTE, is that what you said?
4,300.
4,300 per FTE.
Correct.
And that is is FTE?
That's the full-time equivalent of a student.
Student. That's a
Correct.
student FTE.
Correct.
When I heard you the other day, I thought you were saying that we are also, J. Sergeant Reynolds is also different than the other community colleges. Is that 4,300 system-wide? Is that a number
Yes,
system-wide?
the state appropriation for community college students, and it's on the SHEV website. And I'm happy to share even that slide with you so that you have it. It shows the funding per full-time equivalent student for every single public institution of higher education in Virginia. At the top is UVA-Wise at over $17,000 per that FTE. At the bottom is VCCS, all of the 23 community colleges. Our FTE state appropriation is above $4,300 per student.
Gotcha. Okay, so Northern Virginia Community College is the same across the board. Okay.
Correct.
So it's a statewide thing. It's not particular to our region or to your college.
Correct, correct.
All right. Well, we'll continue that discussion, and thank you. I know you working on the local issue here for our campus. We look forward to continuing discussions. As the new board next year takes over, I'm sure that there'll be some opportunities to continue the discussions that we've had. Looking forward to that.
Well, and you did open a slight little window for me to say to all of you, as we do speak to our representatives in Richmond, if there was one wish, and there are many things that we would want to have, I think fundamentally, where we hope to get traction with this General Assembly is that building capacity piece, and that is the most expensive programs require labs, require equipment that our funding model just does not give us that extra room to be able to say, oh, Mr. Lumpkin wants us to have X here, expand X program. I can expand a couple of English classes, but if we want to build or multiply diesel bays, automotive bays, welding booths, electrician programs, simulation environments, we don't have the capacity. And so there's a big ask there that I don't need to share that with you. That would be in bad taste. But if you have that opportunity, for us, it's building capacity for 21st century learning environments so that we can truly be, like neighboring states, world-class in workforce development.
Good. And I think, sorry if I missed it in your presentation, you did highlight, I think you mentioned Goochland. Did you say, you told me when we got together a week or so ago that we have the highest number, the raw number of any high school in, did I remember that correctly?
Yes, it's
Yeah,
the
and
largest advanced college academy in any of our school districts.
compared to high schools, much larger.
Absolutely. It is the largest raw number of students in the ACA. And I learned that in a trivia contest where our ACA students were in an auditorium, and one of the questions was, who has the largest ACA? And someone said, Henrico. Wrong. It was Goochland High School. So that's where I learned that little trivia tidbit.
Thank you, Dr. Panda.
I just have one thing, Dr. Pando. So as a big advocate for community colleges myself, I was worried last year, maybe the year before, when you came and you were speaking about how enrollments were down. We saw the enrollments down during COVID, and they hadn't rebounded as quickly as we had hoped they would, especially among minority students.
Yep.
It seems like we've sort of turned that corner. Can you attribute that to anything in particular?
A couple of things. We were one of the colleges that were able to rebound most quickly and with the greatest numbers. So last year, where we saw colleges continuing to struggle with a downward spiral in enrollment, we were able to maintain and grow our enrollment for the first time since the pre-pandemic. And I would attribute that to a couple things. Number one, the help of our foundation was incredible. We took on a project called Project Reengage, where we actually looked at all of the students who were in good academic standing and who disappeared. They just disappeared. And it was truly a ground game of finding them and incentivizing their return. Why aren't you here? I can't afford the books. We can do a book scholarship. Why else? Well, so we were able to, with small numbers, truly, and goes to show how practical our students are, with very small numbers financially, last fall bring 400 students back just through Project Reengage. And so it's been a ground game of finding those students who disappeared, understanding what their persona is. This is a working mother. This is a traditional age student. This is a fella coming back to finish his automotive program, because one size doesn't fit all. The working mom has a very different need than the 19-year-old who's simply tapped out financially. And so we were able to develop personas and scripts for each one, and be able to incentivize their returning. And we, this May, were able to really celebrate many of them who were 10 credits shy of graduating, of receiving their degree or their program. So it was a ground game, high tech, but incredibly high touch.
Great, thank you. Mr. Waters?
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you mentioned the low living wage for a lot of students who just get their high school equivalency or degree. What are we talking about between that baseline and a Reynolds Associate's degree in terms of just in general? I mean, do you have any hard numbers to share?
The Georgetown Center for they do all of the work. It's the Georgetown Center for Education and Workforce has defined good jobs, a good job, as a minimum of $35,000 a year and benefits. Now, we know in our region, It's not easy to live on $35,000 a year. And so depending on the region, that number could change. But we really are working hard as we develop new programs. What we look at first is labor market demand. Are there jobs for this particular program? The second thing we then look at is, what do they pay? And if we are going to build a program where a person is going to be coming out of that program under the poverty line or doesn't quite hit that definition of a good job, then we have to rethink that. And the only way we rethink it to the place where we give it a green light, if it's in a place where we know it has societal value. A good example of that is early childhood education. We know these are some of the lowest paid professions, early childhood, but we need early childhood educators. There are some healthcare programs that earn just below that number, but we know we need them in that healthcare pipeline. But what we're going to do is we're going to be able to work with those students and hopefully stack that low wage credential into something more. So that certified nursing assistant, is there a path for them to become a respiratory therapist? For that early childhood educator, what's the pathway for them to become a licensed teacher in the Commonwealth? So that's how we work those programs where we know the wages aren't there yet, but there's a pathway to something where what they've earned counts to that second half.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pando. It was great seeing
Absolutely.
again.
Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful, wonderful fall and Thanksgiving.
Thank you so much.
I can say Thanksgiving because it's November 1.
Yes, oh my gosh. Okay, Board, item 7, are there any requests to postpone agenda items, and are there additions, deletions, or changes in the order of presentation? Seeing none, okay, we will move on to our citizen comment period. This is the time for citizens to address the board on issues that are not on our agenda. We would ask that you come up to the microphone, please state your name and your address. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Citizen comment period is open.
Hi, all.
Hi.
Renee Townsend, and I am the director for Goochland CASA, and very proud citizen of Goochland County. And it is nice to see you all. I want to thank Dr. Panda for her comments. They're so incredibly inspiring as she's walking out. I just loved hearing you and your passion. I just had to say something before you left. As a former educator of 23 years, and you work in the trenches, and I taught for a semester actually at Sergeant Reynolds in the ESL program. So thank you for all you do. It's truly a service to the community.
Talk to the board.
So anyway, just had to put that in because she was so inspiring. But anyway, you all know probably that I am the director for Goochland CASA. I've been in the position now for a year and a half, and I inhabit a small little office right up there. I'm here today just to thank you all very briefly for your financial contribution. Usually we apply for one every year, and the board of directors, the supervisors, you all provide that stipend to us. So I'm just very grateful for it. Our mission is, of course, to advocate for neglected and abused children in the community and in the court system. And so, again, we're a nonprofit, and we exist on grants through Department of Criminal Justice, and we get one federal grant and we get a state grant. The federal grant is potentially going to be going away in the next couple of years. So, the support from the community is even more important now than ever before. One other thing that I wanted to mention to you all is just like most organizations, I think even as Dr. Panda was mentioning, have kind of taken a hit after the pandemic. And this organization, this little nonprofit, Goochland CASA, has taken a bit of a hit as well. And so we have actually received, according to the Department of Justice, a decrease, an 8% reduction in our caseloads. And so and those lights that are blinking are telling me that my time's up? Okay, so, and basically, we've had a reduction in caseload, so that is one of the primary reasons why we're expanding out into Powhatan. You may have heard that, is to try to spread our resources out just a little bit more, and try to reach some of those children who need us. So that it's, for that reason, we are expanding out. And thank you again for your contribution, and time is up.
Thank you, Ms. Townsend. Thank you for all you do.
Oh,
Thank you
and
for
can
doing-
I recognize Bob Warwick, my
Really,
board member?
yeah,
He's
thanks.
over there.
I'm just work.
Learn all the rules.
Great.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve Norris. I live at 1607 Reed Marsh Place in Reed Marsh. It's a subdivision that's soon to be congested with over 100% of the construction traffic from Rural Hill. And there's to be 170 homes built down there. And by the zoning approval done by the board of 100% of the construction traffic is coming through Reed Marsh. And 70% of the residential traffic, which amounts to 900 plus trips in and 900 plus trips out every day. We've talked with the other people of Reed Marsh, and our concern is that this traffic was knowingly approved that was coming through there. There were no homes in Reed Marsh when this was done, and now there are. And so the citizens, our Reed Marsh group, have asked me to come here today and just say that it's my desire to make a point of this and to get the Board of Supervisors to re-examine this and to request that you review this process. And again, I was asked to state that the homeowners in Reed Marsh have no desire to be pitted against their county government, but the noise, congestion, and safety concerns for our children and grandchildren simply mandate that we bring our concerns to the Board of Supervisors and request resolution on this situation. I need to stress again, I sent this out to all of you 2 weeks ago. I didn't receive any answers from anybody on it. Their traffic impact analysis for this subdivision shows 925 vehicles coming in and 925 vehicles coming out every day. And Scott Road has been reduced. Cedar Point, you approved the Courthouse Village plan, I believe, in August of 2023. The problem with that is that that plan shows 4 entry points and exit points from Rural Hill, and 2 of those do not exist because the pro-offer that you approved removed them. There's no exit or entrance to Cedar Point. There's no exit or entrance to Gathright. So there's only 2 right now, and that's Reed Marsh and the limited one on Scott. So we'd like to have somebody take a look at that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris.
I'm Steve Young. I live in Swanson Estates, ceding my time to Barbara Young.
Okay. I'm Barbara Young, and I am one of the 2 trustees that is on the Goochland, representing Goochland on the Pamunkey Regional Library Board. And we are dealing with lots of different issues, but we wanted to keep you abreast of what's going on. One of the major issues that we're working on right now is the future departure from Pamunkey Regional Library by King and Queen County, and some of the questions that we have dealing with this. The departure of King and Queen County from Pamunkey Regional Library was initiated by King and Queen, and it has always been the choice of King and Queen, not Pamunkey Regional Library Board. To give you some perspective about the item, I think it would be helpful to give you a brief history of how we got where we are today. On April 6th of this year, King and Queen County Administrator, who was also their county attorney, sent a letter to the county administrators of the three counties, in the three other counties in the consortium, and explaining that they no longer felt that they could participate in Pamunkey Regional Library because of difficult fiscal challenges that the county is facing. Based on the regional library agreement for Pamunkey Regional Library between the four counties, King and Queen would need the consent of the other three partners to leave Pamunkey without giving a 2-year notice. In the letter, King and Queen had asked that the effective date for the departure be midnight on June 30th, 2023. Obviously, that date has not been met as they are still currently members. The budgeted amount for King and Queen for 2024 was $236,540. King and Queen agreed to $139,894. This amount would allow them to keep their one library open until December 1st, and then for the remaining part of the fiscal year 2024, it would allow the citizens to use other Pamunkey regional libraries until June 30th, based on payment by King and Queen during that period. The first installment payment for King and Queen was due on September 30th of 2023. At the Board of Trustees meeting on October 25th, the funds had not yet been received, but we were told that they were on the way. I have not gotten any more word since. Tom Shepley, who is our library director, met with King and Queen on October 26th to discuss the closing of Pamunkey Regional Library in King and Queen. The highlights of the meeting: the physical library, which is owned by King and Queen, will close its doors on December 1st. This will allow the Pamunkey staff to pack up and move all the items owned by Pamunkey. King and Queen would keep the doors closed until January 31st so that their future library that they plan to run by themselves can get set up. King and Queen owns the shelves, the tables, and the chairs in the library, but Pamunkey owns the library collection of approximately 9,600 items, all of the IT equipment, such as the computers, all of the licensing for the IT equipment, and all of the subscriptions to newspapers, magazines, and electronic sources of material. In order to help make the transition for King and Queen and for Pamunkey as smooth as possible, Pamunkey is offering to let King and Queen purchase the collection that is currently at King and Queen for $20,000. The actual market value of that current collection there is $240,000. Pamunkey has also offered to keep the year-long subscriptions for the magazines and newspapers, and former Pamunkey Regional Library personnel will be offered positions within the library system. Other parts of the agreement would include King and Queen will be responsible for making the collection their own. And then beginning on June 30th, King and Queen will have no reciprocal services provided by Pamunkey for 18 months. King and Queen we have a couple big issues. King and Queen has been very delinquent with payments to Pamunkey for the last few years. What recourse would you recommend that we do if that continues? And then there has been concern that King and Queen continues to have voting representation on the Board of Trustees in spite of the fact that they've not fulfilled their financial obligations. It is our understanding that you, as the Board of Supervisors, and the other boards of supervisors for each of the participating counties are who must address this issue. We're working on a memorandum of understanding for King and Queen, and we are going to be holding a special called board meeting on November 8th at the Ashland Branch Library at 9 a.m. to review the memorandum of understanding and to finalize the closing of that branch. So, thank you for the
Thank you so much, Ms. Young.
Pardon?
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the board, Mr. County Administrator, Madam Council, Madam Secretary, my name is Ben Sloan. I reside at 2052 Maidens Road, Maidens, Virginia, 23102, and I rise to yield my time to Mrs. Barbara Sloan.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan.
Hi, I'm Barbara Sloan, Maidens, Virginia, and I am honored to be the other trustee that you have appointed to be on the board at the Pamunkey Regional Library System. We want to make you aware of an audit delay that has occurred. On September 28th, John Badesky, the Hanover County Administrator, sent a letter to Tom Shepley, the PRL Director, and Barbara Young, our Chair of the PRL Board of Trustees, regarding an outstanding audit for fiscal year 2022. I have copies if you have not seen it. It states that an overdue audit of nearly 12 months is unacceptable and not consistent with the standard of excellence in which we hold ourselves. The Library Board was aware of a delay in the audit, but not to this extent. Many fingers were pointed, and in an effort to understand what was going on, the Library Board immediately formed a committee and began attending weekly meetings with the PRL administrative staff and Hanover County staff. The Library Board also requested a public meeting with a representative from Cherry Beckert, the accounting firm producing the fiscal year 22 audit. As an aside, Hanover has selected a new firm, PB Mayers, to produce the fiscal year 23 audits. We got 3 perspectives on the reason for the delay. First, the PRL staff perspective. Number 1, Governmental Accounting Standards Board has implemented some changes in fiscal year 22, and the volume of audit pages has increased by about 25% over the last few years. Number 2, another challenge has been the capitalization of leased space, hotspots, and items not reaching thresholds. And number 3, there have been a couple of auditors involved, and at times they have provided conflicting changes and not given PRL enough turnaround time to submit the requested information. The second perspective is from Cherry Beckert, the audit firm. Audit companies need to plan audit timing, and historically, the PRL has been handled in December. When the PRL staff does not meet a timeline, the auditors cannot easily get staff to work on audits as they are already booked with other clients. Number 2, PRL needs help with financial statement production or preparation. And number 3, response to comments has been slow, and it is a small staff doing all of the work. And the final perspective comes from Hanover County. Switching from Cherry Beckert to PB Mayers is not a factor in the tardiness of the fiscal year 22 audit. The PRL has been unresponsive at times and is the only entity under the Hanover County contract that does not have a CPA on staff. The PRL rides on the back of the Hanover County audit contract, as do the regional jail, school board, etc. A late audit is a direct reflection on Hanover County and makes it difficult to manage the audit contract. So moving forward, what is the board going to do? Number 1, Library Board has requested that detailed audit updates become a standard part of the library director's report at the PRL board meetings. Number 2, the Library Board's newly formed Finance Committee needs to understand and oversee the PRL adherence to the audit timeline. And number 3, we will evaluate resources to help PRL stay on schedule by outsourcing a CPA or another accounting firm to produce financial statements. On another note, we want to make you aware of citizens' involvement and support of our library. Goochland is fortunate to have a very active Friends of the Library group. Members often attend the library meetings. Lately, there has been misinformation permeating this and other groups regarding the perception of banned books in the Pamunkey Regional Library System. To respond to various accusations, fears, and growing concern, the following statement was read at the beginning of the September Library Board meeting. And I read this as follows. It has come to the attention of several board members that certain members of the public are concerned that this board is in the business of banning books. Not only is that false, but it has never been discussed as a part of official business. The rumors circulating that this board has any intent to remove books from any Pamunkey Regional Library is completely untrue. Accusations of Hitler-like activities by this board have been overheard and are absurd, and is a misguided attempt to rally forces to support an agenda of which the board has no participation whatsoever. Thank you. And do y'all want?
Thank you so much, Mrs. Sloan. Anyone else wishing to speak during citizen comment period?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jonathan Lau, 1521 Mannequin Road, Chairman of the Monacan Soil and Water Conservation District and a Goochland Farm Bureau member. My comments are my own unless I otherwise state. I want to let you know that our Finance Committee at Monacan is going to be meeting on Monday the 6th. We appreciate the historic support we have gotten from the board. I want to make abundantly clear that we are going to submit a request. If we submit a request for support, it is going to be detailed and justified. There is no blank check request coming to this board for the Monacan District. I will mention that tonight, the Monacan District Manager, Keith Burgess, is participating in the Goochland Leadership Enterprise presentation. We appreciate that opportunity to raise the business, agricultural business community's profile here in the county. The process has also started where Aaron Small, the county's new agricultural, let me get this right because I get fussed at if I don't call it the Virginia Cooperative Extension Agricultural Agent, to be designated a director of Monacan District. That typically rotates between the Powhatan and the Goochland Ag Direct Extension Agent. That probably will not take place until December, so we're down to 5 directors at the moment. Nicole Schumann, who left in August, was our director until she left. The Monacan staff and the Virginia Cooperative Extension staff have had conversations with Dover Hall Seven Lady Wineries about some of the sustainable practices the vineyard would like to put in place. There is a real interest at Monacan in that we look at assisting what might be considered non-traditional agricultural activities and see if they can't take advantage of the best management practices available. Again, we have been given through DCR $1,900,000 in cost share money. We have about $900,000 of that allocated so far. We got 6 months to go. I will mention that the Virginia Farm Bureau has scheduled a legislative meeting with the newly elected General Assembly members on the 21st. I heard mention that you already have one scheduled, but if there are issues that you would like to see us talk about as Farm Bureau members, let me know. I will then go on and say that there has been a conversation started about the conservation easements that the county historically has recorded. There are about 10 of them in the county. Last month in the consent agenda, you reallocated $15,000 that was to be for the administration of those easements. Those easements are in perpetuity, so I want to make sure that we don't have another Monument Farm scenario where the Virginia Outdoor Foundation really was not paying attention to what those conservation easements required, and there was some mischief afoot, if you will allow me to put it that way. So I have asked that we explore fully what the responsibilities are of Goochland County on those 10, perhaps more, easements that were recorded decades ago, but perpetuity means forever. So I will have to come back and talk about the other points that I had on my list. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Weil. Anybody else wishing to speak during citizen comment period? All right, seeing none, I'm going to close the citizen comment period. Okay, board, we're moving on to the approval of the October 3rd and 4th meeting minutes. They've been in your packet. Hopefully you've had a chance to review, and I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board approve the minutes for October 3rd and October 4th, 2023 as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Voters.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lesclett. Any discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. All right, we will move into our board reports, or I'm sorry, into our reports. First up are our partners at VDOT. See Mr. Wynn coming enthusiastically to the podium.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter, Marshall Wynn with VDOT. Just a few updates. I know y'all have got the maintenance report. If you have any questions afterwards, I'll be glad to field those. But currently, we are cutting primary grass for the last cycle. We just completed our dry runs for snow last week. All our buildings are full of, full capacity if we get any snow or anything. We just had a mock event this morning that threw out about 10 things that could go wrong. And a couple of them I hope don't. One of them was a tractor trailer full of explosives, hit a bridge. So we look at everything when we have these mock events. So other than that, I mean, with the maintenance report, I don't know if you have any questions concerning that. And then I've been asked to have a little discussion about some chemical treatments, and I can do that afterwards if you would like.
Board, any questions on the maintenance report at this point? We'll let you roll right into the,
Okay. Yeah, I was, Austin gave me sent an email about the Garlon 3A chemical that we use, but first I want to go into it. A roadside manager, he develops contracts for pruning and spraying. Our roadside manager is a certified arborist, along with his 2 staff members, so they know everything about trees and brush. The chemical that's used is called, like I said, Garlon 3A. It's EPA approved, and Virginia Tech has recommended the product as well. And what it's for is for brush, roadside, pastures, and some aquatic sites, and it works well. We're on a 10-year cycle with some spraying, and usually the spraying occurs after we do the pruning of the trees and everything. That's to keep the tree from resprouting and limbs getting out in the road and that sort of thing. The safety, the reason we do is for hidden objects on the road. It opens up the roadside where you can see. Sun can get to the road and the ditches and dry up snow and rain, that sort of thing. Cost, just want to give you a little tidbit on the cost. Herbicide spraying costs $100 to $200 a shoulder mile, which is real good in my opinion. Pruning cost us $4,000 to $6,000 a shoulder mile. It's a very expensive venture. And like I said, roadside treats for resprouting limbs and everything. So it's a safety thing in my opinion. Helps people on intersecting roads get out, that sort of thing. I did go out after I got the email from Austin to check the eastern end of Goochland. I really couldn't see but a couple of spots where you could really see it. But once the leaves fall, you will not see it. In some of those areas where it looks like the brush was killed, we will come back through and cut that with a boom axe to open up the sight distance a little bit more. So if you have any questions about that, let me know.
thank you. I'll open up to the board and to the county administrator. I know you fielded some questions as well, so if there are questions or comments.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wynn, thank you for addressing this. Some of the questions that I've received go to pollinators and the impact it would have on them. Also concerns over the spread of the chemical into their property and affecting some of their plantings, and the concern that perhaps some of their plantings have been negatively affected by that. Is that something you can maybe help me understand?
I don't think that. They usually spray about 15 feet high is what they end up doing. Mr. Spoonhauer even sent me a picture of one of the units spraying, and that's about what they do is spray that high. And it's got some kind of agent, like a soap agent, that clings to the limb, and it shouldn't spray at all.
So if
I mean,
they,
if you have specific, instances, just
Okay.
let me know.
I will, thank you.
Mr. Waters?
Yeah, you mentioned this is a product that Virginia Tech has
Recommended.
studied, recommended.
Yes.
I mean, this is not something that we're getting from Monsanto all of a
No,
sudden.
no.
Yeah.
It's not like a paraquat they used in Vietnam and stuff like that. It doesn't kill everything.
Okay, just wanted to stress that.
Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wynn, for that. I did get some input from citizens as well, and one of the concerns was also, is there any potential for this to leach into the waterways, the
No.
streams and rivers?
You can use it in waterways, as it states in the, you got to do it on the right way. I mean, I got with the roadside manager right after I got the email, and He said it's perfectly legal.
I mean,
It's
rain,
been tested.
you don't think rain would wash it into the
No,
aquifer or the
no,
Chesapeake Bay or any of those kind of
no.
things?
It's not
Okay.
enough of it.
Okay,
It's not,
All right.
it's not like we're pouring it on the ground. It's being sprayed up on the limbs and that sort of thing.
okay. All right, the other, thank you for addressing that. The other concern, well, among the several was, there's the asphalt roadway,
Right.
and there's the ditch, and VDOT right-of-way extends through all of that. And then the brush we're talking about, the trees we're talking about are beyond the ditch, so off the road a bit. And if we have any specific information about where it may have killed things that were on private property as opposed to the VDOT right-of-way, we should just bring those to your attention, or?
Yes,
Okay.
please do.
Okay, because one of the concerns was that VDOT road doesn't necessarily, in all cases, stay dead center in the right-of-way, that sometimes the roadway,
I know it does.
okay.
I know it does.
Not telling you
I
anything
mean,
you don't know
pretty
already.
much, most of the secondary roads around here have 30 feet of right of way, which isn't much.
Yeah,
But, I
and if it-
mean,
if it-
secondary roads do have a lot of limb and foliage that comes to the edge
Sure.
of pavement. And we're trying to keep it open where there's a good line of sight for everybody traveling. I mean, you'd be able to see a deer earlier, trying to cross the road, that sort of thing. So,
Yeah, there were no concerns that this would somehow make safety worse or cost us more than doing it the other way. Those weren't the issues or the
Right.
concerns. It was really just the other side. So,
Okay.
understand. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
All right.
The last thing I would say, and you'd mentioned that this is a 10-year program, so will all the county be done now and then not for another 10 years?
Well, the information I got from the roadside manager, they finished Goochland. They're moving to Hanover next year.
Okay.
So I don't know how many years it will take to do Hanover, but that's the information I've received.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this happened or not, but I think the thing for us is, even I turned down that backcountry road and saw this spraying of these trees, like, what the
Right.
heck is this? Just being able to alert our citizens what's going on ahead of time, so if they see this going on, we know that it's a good thing
Right.
that we're taking care of. So the more we can alert our citizens to what's happening, especially for spraying their land, that'd be great.
Understood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ryan, appreciate it.
All right, y'all have a.
Happy Thanksgiving. Okay, we have introduction of new county staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Carpenter. My name is Michelle Sutton. I'm the Human Resources Manager for Goochland County. I would ask new hires to stand once I call your name. On behalf of County Administration, I'm pleased to announce 4 new hires for the month of October for the following departments: Community Development, specifically Environmental Engineering, Human Resources, Parks and Recreation, and Treasurer. On October 2nd, 2023, Reed Hildebrand joined the Community Development Department as an environmental inspector. Mr. Hildebrand comes to Goochland County from TRC Companies, where he worked as a geotechnical lab technician for 4 years, where he managed testing for soil classification, gradation, and soil permeability. Thank you. Ashley Hall joined the Human Resources Department on October 10th, 2023 as a Human Resources Coordinator. Ms. Hall worked for Goochland County Schools as a Human Resources Assistant, where she assisted with recruitment, onboarding, exit interviews, and payroll. Thank you. The Treasurer welcomed Tracy Matthews on October 10th as Deputy Treasurer 1. She comes to Goochland County from Cardinal Financial Company, where she was a loan coordinator. Ms. Matthews has years of experience providing excellent customer service in a variety of roles. And Mr. Cox, if you're here. On October 16th, 2023, Thomas Cox joined Goochland County as the Director of Parks and Recreation. In this role, he will manage, supervise, and coordinate the department's overall program and event portfolio, as well as grounds operations. Mr. Cox has many years of experience working in the recreation field. Most recently, he held the position of Director of Recreation Programs for the University of Virginia. Mr. Cox has extensive knowledge of recreational sports, wellness programs, organizational development, aquatics, and program marketing. Please join us in welcoming our new staff.
Thank you so much and welcome, everyone. Welcome to the family. All right, the next 3 items are in your report: the Planning and Development Activity Report, the AP Report, and the Broadband Report. So Please review and reach out to the appropriate staff members if you have any questions. Board, are there any individual board reports at this time? Okay. Ooh. Seeing none, we will move into our consent agenda.
Mr. Miller, let me ask, do y'all have any more feedback than what we've seen about tomorrow? Tomorrow we have a TPO meeting and smart scale changes. Do we want to, any more feedback than what I got? I know we've gotten some feedback, but we're looking at smart scale changes, and as I think I shared with you all an email, and TPO meets tomorrow, and we're going to submit a letter to the Secretary of Transportation on behalf of the TPO. So I guess I'll just let everybody know we shared that letter, and if you're interested in this topic, you can certainly, the meeting tomorrow is open to the public, the TPO meeting, and so we'll have some discussion, but
I understand we'll be very well represented at this meeting.
yeah, Ms. Lasclat and I are going to.
Thank you, Mr. Lundquist. I know you and I have spoken. I think the concern is, are we able to get our applications presented in a way that they are going to be ready for final? And do we have a mechanism by which to have the resources necessary from VDOT and the partners who seem to offer a changing application period each time, and that we can stay ahead of the curve?
Yeah, some changes are coming, I think, for smart scale, and I will join the other smaller jurisdictions. I think we might, sometimes these things line up with smaller jurisdictions, feeling certain ways. So we'll show up tomorrow ready to fight for Goochland.
Thank you, sir. All right. Board, we will move into the consent agenda items, as always. Mr. Carpenter will review them, and we'll take any questions, and we can look to pull any items or motion to address them as a slate.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you have 4 items today for your consent agenda. The first one, item number 5856, the board is requested to appropriate $552,715 to the County Capital Projects Fund for the purchase of a stock Freightliner tanker for the Fire Rescue Department. As current tankers are taking 36-plus months for delivery, the county would like to take advantage of both the time and cost savings of purchasing this tanker through an available stock program. The purchase would be funded with fiscal year 23 general fund balance and will replace the need to request the tanker currently sitting in the fiscal year 25 CIP budget. Item 5854, construction of roads within Lanes End subdivision is complete. Approximately 0.84 miles of roads consisting of Lanes End Drive and Lanes End Place are being requested for placement in the VDOT system. Item number 5868, the county has received applications from Town and Country Realty Partners, LLC, requesting the tax map numbers 58-1-0-73-0, 58-1-0-79-0, and 58-1-0-79A for a combined 57.1 acres of land located along the west side of Hockett Road from the Reeders Branch neighborhood, be included in the Tuckahoe Creek Service District in order to obtain access to public water and sewer infrastructure. The proposed use of these properties is for a 51 single-family home subdivision. And finally, number 5830, the county attorney is employed by the Board of Supervisors pursuant to an employment agreement dated January 3rd, 2017. Due to a change in the market value of the position, the parties now mutually wish to amend one of the terms of the agreement. Those are the 4 items in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Board, any questions for Mr. Carpenter on any of these items?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkins and Ms. Lasclat. A little slow there, Mr. Waters. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, consent agenda passes. And new business, one of the things that we do is we make appointments to these boards, to several boards and committees. This county could not operate and provide the services it does without the great volunteers who are using their time and their talents. This month, we're asked to consider for our design review committee Mr. Dwayne Cosby to an appointment to an alternate, as an alternate for a 2-year term effective November 1st of 2023, extending to October 31st of 2025. And to the Board of Equalization, Ms. Lisa Melton, who is a current member, of nomination for a reappointment for a 3-year term effective January 1st of 2024 to December 31st of 2026. Board, did I have a motion?
I move that, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors approve the appointments and nominations as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Great. Thank you to Mr. Cosby and Ms. Melton for their willingness to serve, and all the other folks that serve on committees and boards within our community. All right. If my agenda is correct, then we are to recess for our dinner break, and we will be back here at 6 o'clock for our public hearings. We are recessed because I can't find my gavel. Okay, short timers. Thank you, everyone. It's my honor to call back to order the Goochland Board of Supervisors meeting. We're going to start our evening session with a presentation from the Goochland Mother. Mother? Well, you know, Goochland Christmas Mother. Thank you, Ms. Boatwright. Ms. Boatwright, could you press the button on the bottom of the microphone, the red button? Turn it green? Thank you.
There we go.
Folks at home that want to hear from you.
Oh, okay. So good evening. I'm Stacy Boatwright. I have the honor this year of serving as the Goochland County Christmas Mother. I am a 40-year resident of Goochland County. Hard to believe, right? But so this organization is very near and dear to my heart. I've been volunteering for a little over 8 years with the organization. We serve a lot of people in the county that have great needs. So this slide is about us. We've been around since the 1950s, and we've had a Christmas Mother every year. There's one year we had a mother and a father, so that was kind of cool. So we are a nonprofit organization. We solely rely on donations and a few grants that we apply and get, but mostly donations that come in from individuals, companies, whoever. We use this monies to serve the applicants. Prior to COVID, we would go shopping and have wrapping day, but COVID changed everything. And so now we are gift card distribution. So we serve each of our families, given an individual gift card to each member that qualifies to Walmart. And then we also give them a Food Lion gift card so they can go get food. And then as permits, we also have food box distribution, but that all depends on how much food we collect by doing mini food drives and stuff like that. So this one is who we serve. Anyone in Goochland County have to be a resident of Goochland County, and they have to meet certain criteria. So families who have children, their children have to go to Goochland schools or be, not school age quite yet. Seniors, 60 years age or older, and then any individual who has a documented disability. So it could be, someone who's 25 or 30, but they have are receiving Social Security disability for whatever reasons they have. So we verify all of this information. We go through a screening process to make sure these individuals do qualify for our program. We have wage things that we verify and whatever. So they have to give us on their applications, of course, their name, their address. Like I said, they do have to be a Goochland County resident. And they have to present us with everyone who lives in that home. And then income requirements for each of those individuals so that we can screen and see who we're going to serve or not serve. And then they also tell us if they receive any other government assistance, a SNAP or WIC or anything like that they potentially get. We have an income scale. So this is based on, I think we're like at 50% in the guidelines. And then this divides it out as far as like how many people are in each family, because one application might come in and only have one person. Next application might come in and have 10 people. So we have to use this scale to gauge their monthly income, and then it divides it out. And this is how we measure whether or not they're qualified to receive our services. So this goes back to the beginning. I talked about every family member that we identify as qualified. They get the Food Lion gift card, and that card is designed to be so much per family member. We add like $5 or $10 increments as each member. So those cards are different for each applicant. And then the Walmart gift card, last time we talked our budget, we present them with, I think it's a $90 gift card per person. Now that also depends on how many people actually applied versus how many qualify. So that number's not set in stone quite yet. We just finished our screening process. And then the food box, again, that's solely based on our food drives that we have. This year, this says that we'll be serving 220 families. I went through the applications last night and we added about 10 more. So right now we are at 230 applicants. Now, that applicant could be, again, from one person, could have 10 people in the family. I do think we have one that has 10. So that's just the number of applications, not the number of people. Ways that anyone can help the Goochland Christmas Mother. Again, we are solely driven off of monetary donations. We do have an adoption process, so if anyone feels, you know, the need to step up, and it's kind of like Angel Tree, step up and adopt a family, we could definitely coordinate anyone to get with our adoption person. She could assign you a family. You can kind of pick and choose, you know, I want a mom and a child or an elder kind of thing. We do have an Amazon wish list also, so if anyone goes out to the Goochland Christmas Mother website or Facebook page, we do have an Amazon wish list link. Our food drives, each of the elementary schools definitely contribute to our food drives. We have some neighborhood associations that like to contribute as well, church groups, and then other organizations like FFA and Girl Scout troops or whatever will also like to help. Our volunteering opportunities, the main opportunity we just had at our application days, a lot of people come in and help us sit down with the people and take applications. We train them, that kind of thing, before we get started. And then our other opportunity, it used to be a lot more, but our next opportunity is actually what we call our food boxing days. We have to go through all the food that's been collected, look at expiration dates, kind of sort and group things so that we can evenly distribute into these boxes. And then we'll have our mass distribution. And that's kind of restricted as to who comes to that, just for privacy reasons. And so this is the biggest point, is that we need your help. We need anyone who can step up and help the Goochland Christmas Mother organization, whether it's monetary, or coming out and supporting us at some of these events that we do have. I'm going to try to get out more and more in the community over the next month. I've got lots of things scheduled to do some food drops and so forth, so you might see me around. And this is links. These links are probably last year's Amazon wish list, but again, it's definitely on our website. We do have PayPal. I think you can easily search for it. And then we have our address of where our P.O. boxes that people mail checks into. Contact, we definitely have email, our website, all of this is listed on there, and we have a Christmas Mother hotline that we monitor every day. So people call in and ask various questions. And that's it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Any questions?
Board, any questions? Mr. Waters?
Yes, Food Lion, I love. It's in Goochland. So, I mean, we've got it at the courthouse and we've got it in Centerville. Walmart, not so much. I mean, it's giving Henrico tax dollars. Just curious if there are any other options that you all thought through, what we can do for Goochland and push that. And, I mean, I'm thinking Dollar General. I don't know if Dollar General would be a helpful source or other options, but something that is Goochland based.
Right. I can take that to the board, our board, and see, if there's anything we can do about that. Probably not this year, but it's something probably we can stick in there in the next couple of years. Walmart is definitely our huge source, because when we shopped and stuff, they had everything we could go in there and get, from hygiene products to toys to bikes to cookware, anything that these people asked for. And so now we do restrict our gift cards, just to let y'all know. They are not allowed at either Walmart or Food Lion to purchase any alcohol or tobacco products. So our gift cards are restricted. So that, narrows it down as to what they can purchase.
And by the way, thank you.
You're welcome.
I asked the question as to be Goochland first.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Would you mind if,
Okay.
so, boat rights?
Yes.
In what relation, if any, to John?
His wife.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
I worked with John for many years in Chesterfield. I know he also devotes his time as a volunteer here.
Absolutely.
So, lovely to see the public service from everyone in your family.
Yes, and y'all might be familiar with his father also, which was Danny Boatwright. So he was a big person in Goochland County for quite a few years too. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you so much for what you do, Ms.
You're
Barney.
welcome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Okay. Next portion of our meeting is our citizen comment period. This is,
Sorry.
okay. Somebody's eager to get to the public hearings. So the citizen comment period is for citizens to address the board on items that are specific to Goochland County that are not on our agenda this evening. So if you would like to make a comment to the board, please come up to the front, give us your name and address, and please try to limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'll open the citizen comment hearing. Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the citizen comment period, and now we'll move into our public hearings. So I see some less familiar faces in the room, so if you've not been here before, I think it's helpful to understand how these go so you can know what to expect. So staff is going to present each case. After staff presents the case, the board may have some questions, and then the applicant may or may not come forward and to add on to that case, after which we will open the citizen comment period. Once that's closed, the applicant can come back up if they wish to talk about anything they heard or anything the citizen said. And then we'll ask some questions and then entertain a motion, and then we'll deliberate and then decide on each issue. So at that, Ms. Sherry, I will turn it over to you for our first case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I was very excited to get back up to the podium to make presentations, but I will be presenting the next 3 items on the agenda. The first application is for a conditional use permit for the county's first home-based business that we have come before the board since 2020 when we adopted the rewrite of the ordinance. So I will get into a little bit of detail of what the difference is between this and a home occupation in a couple slides. The applicant is proposing a home-based business for a handcrafted pottery business, and it's located on C Road. As you can see by the circle, the property is located, centrally between the Centerville and Oilville villages. If you look at the aerial to the right, you can see in red, that is the subject property. This picture was taken back in 2017, so you are unable to see the house that was built in 2022 along with the accessory building that is subject to this application. So for zoning, the property is zoned A2, Agricultural Limited, and as are all the surrounding properties adjacent to it. And it is identified by the comprehensive plan as rural enhancement area, as are all the adjacent properties. So this is just a little summary of the application. The parcel itself is a little bit over 3 acres. There is an existing dwelling, as I mentioned, as well as an accessory building that will be used for the business. Accessory building is approximately 1,600 square feet, and that will include both the pottery shop as well as the gallery where people can come and look at the art and then purchase it. The applicant is proposing or is requesting hours of operation from Friday to Sunday, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., and also by appointment. If somebody calls and schedules an appointment, they would be able to come over. The last item on this slide says that he expects about 2 to 3 customers a week. Of course, maybe he may be wildly successful, so there may be more. There's no conditions restricting this. So I mentioned that this is our first home-based business. So definitions kind of really are what make the distinction. And forgive me, I'm just going to go ahead and read them to you. A home-based business, no, I'm going to start with the home occupation. Home occupation is an accessory use of a dwelling for or by a resident for the operation of a business for which no one is employed other than members of the family residing on the property, and there's no group instruction, and it does not have hours of operation. For a home-based business, there's no zoning requirements. You don't have to come in and get a CUP. It's just something you have to come and get a business license, and then we evaluate, whether or not they meet the criteria. And the criteria is really spelled out both in the definition and then in the use standards. There's probably 6 or 8 different things that really they have to adhere to, and so we give them a copy of that, and they're legally allowed to open as a business as long as they stay within those parameters. For a home-based business, it is the accessory use of a dwelling for or by a resident for the operation of a business for which no one oh, I'm reading the same one, sorry, for which the homeowner has employees outside of the people that are related to them and live at the house, as well as they could have group instructions, which you're not allowed to have in the home occupation, and hours of operation. And that's really what, I guess, tripped this particular business into reaching the need to have a CUP. So the comprehensive plan, it is rural enhancement area, and it is generally consistent, assuming that, which is why we have this use particularly to have a CUP, so that we can regulate that which is part of this home-based business, so it doesn't become intrusive to the neighbors. For the home-based business, we do allow, well, I'll get into that in a second. We do allow it in just the agricultural zoning districts of A1 and A2. Home-based business is not allowed currently in just your average residential neighborhood. There was a community meeting back in August. There were 3 attendees. The meeting was actually very informative, and by the end, all the citizens who attended were in support. In October, the Planning Commission held their public hearing, and they recommended approval with a 5-0 vote, and nobody spoke at the public hearing. In front of you on the dais, I did put a revised set of conditions. The condition number 1 has changed, and it's identified on red on your copy, but also for the audience, the line underlined in number 1. It says for pottery, studio, and limited accessory uses. That was added. Prior to the addition, it just said home-based business may be operated. So we've talked with Mr. Gregory, and he is agreeing that we limit this to his particular business, not leaving it open-ended. So just going through the conditions very quickly, they would also be able to be required to do any kind of POD, any kind of improvements that would be needed to have the business. They would be required to do that before they open. They are requesting, as I mentioned, the hours of operation to be 11 to 5, Friday through Sunday, and then again by appointment. The use is limited to the accessory structure, and I had mentioned that the accessory structure does have the gallery, and then also where his kiln is, where he actually fires up the kiln and bakes his art. No parking on the public road. That is along C Road. I can't show you through the aerial. I even tried to find it through Google Earth, and I couldn't find it, but actually does have a long driveway where there would be adequate parking, and working with the building official, he may actually have to have something identified for handicap parking, but that's something that he is aware of. Signage, there is a limitation on signs to 9 square feet, no more than 5 feet in height, and a minimum of 5 feet away from either the road or the right-of-way. This is a 5-year CUP, so they will have to come back for renewal by November 2028, by the end of that month. And lastly, our transfer or lease, which is one of our standard conditions that says if you either lease the property or sell the property, you must let the county know, as well as the new person who will be in the building, either owning or leasing it. So that concludes my presentation. Mr. Gregory is here. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them, but he also was in the audience.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Ms. Lesko, you have questions for staff?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is an A2 zoning.
Yes, ma'am.
And a rural enhancement district.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it but for this home business ordinance that they would not be allowed to do this? Is that correct?
Correct. That is correct. This is something that was added specifically in 2020 to allow for this. As I mentioned, this is something that is allowed in the agricultural zoning districts, with the idea that it's more open and you're not right next to your neighbor, with the conditional use permit to make sure that it is regulated based on the conditions, and then if it doesn't work out, it can be revoked.
So, follow up. So the home-based business, they're all CUPs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's all I have right now. I'm come back. Thank you, Ms.
Of
Sherry.
course.
Thanks, Ms. Lesko. Mr. Lunkins?
Just, You said this is the first one we're doing of these, so I'm just, I jumped and looked at definitions, and is it allowed in residential with a CUP?
No, currently it is not allowed. It was allowed, excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but it was allowed in the rewrite, before the rewrite, under certain circumstances, where you could actually ask for a CUP for essentially anything to do with the
So
ordinance.
it's possible maybe the code online is not current.
I'm not sure I can take a look at it, but keep in mind, there's a difference between a home occupation
Correct.
and this is a home-based business. And
Home-based
one of the big differences is somebody's coming to your house.
Right.
And that's the big difference between those two.
And I'll direct maybe the next question, because this is when I was looking at home occupation and I was looking at where it's permitted, it says, as long as that, the home occupation, meaning not occupying the home, but home work, home business, not a home-based business, but working. It said it was, as long as it was secondary to the occupying the dwelling as your residence. So my question is this home-based business, does it have the same limitations as it must be secondary to the occupying the property as your residence?
That's certainly the intent. I don't have the
So that-
definition pulled up in front of me, but that is in fact the intent.
So there is the definition of both the home occupation as well as the home-based business. I know I kind of stumbled over it when I was reading it, and tried to explain it myself. But yeah, essentially those are the two. The home-based business, the only place it's located in the ordinance is within the definitions.
That's kind of where I was going. That's why I saw a separation between home occupation and home-based business thing. But it says by a resident for the operation of a business which has employees. So I think that seems to me implicit in, or maybe explicit in there, that you still have to live in the place.
That's
Yes, sir.
Because I think that's the opening, is we didn't want to have like, well, hey, my business is going so well, I'm just going to
Sell the business part of it,
walk
yeah.
away and go live somewhere else and come here to run my business.
Right.
On this, it says accessory, so that would imply accessory, not
Meaning
primary.
another, not primary.
Not primary,
Yeah.
correct.
Yeah. Accessory use by a resident, so, yeah. All right, thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fodders?
Ms. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Is there any connection with something like this that's come up before the board to the sixpence issue that came up maybe, 8 months ago? It's artisans, it's people creating something, it's trying to figure out the way we get through our public processes. So I would love your expertise on how they might be connected or they might not be connected one bit.
I'm afraid I need some more information. I'm trying to go back to what you were referencing.
It's the River Road craft store that has a number of different artisans that work
yes.
together.
So more than likely, the folks who are vendors at that business, they may have a home occupation as well, or they may just be crafters. They probably would have to have a business license if they're selling. So they would probably have a home occupation, not a home-based business. They could potentially, if they would come before the board and get permission to do it through the conditional use permit process.
Okay, thank you very much.
And it could be that they don't have home occupations, that they are in fact just crafting at home. But that's what they do. And then they have their business license in order to sell it.
Yeah, thank you.
They're kind of linked, and that's what I'm trying to get to, yeah. Thank you.
Ms. Lasclette?
So sorry, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in an A2 district, a zoning district, forget that this is on the books, just an A2, what kind of businesses are allowed by right?
Businesses that are allowed by right.
Just straight up business, forget that it's a residence there, the actual businesses. It's a long list, right?
So for the zoning district, they're actually, for the agricultural, there's a lot less businesses that are allowed, but I'll
It's
go
a
ahead
lot
and
less than
read.
A2, I believe,
Yes.
than A1.
So-
But would this business be allowed specifically as a standalone in A2,
On a commercial piece of property, they could just be a retail store.
if it's in A2?
A2 with a conditional use permit. It would still
So
require.
still be
it
an
would
A2, it'd still be a CUP? Okay, that's
yeah.
what I want to know. Thank you. That answers, thank you.
Certainly.
Okay.
Real quickly, just Because I know we don't want to get out of here too early, right?
Why would we?
You're
No,
savoring your
anyway, I
time on
think
the
you answered
board.
the question. I was just going to, I did scroll down the commercial, A2 commercial structures. The only ones by right, taxidermy, truck hauling operation not exceeding 2 trucks. That's it. There's just 2. Everything else is a CUP
Is
for
a CUP,
commercial.
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Long, please.
Thank you. Is there anything for the would the applicant like to come up and say anything, please? We have visual aids.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Fred Gregory. I'm 74 years old. We moved here, my wife and I moved here from Wisconsin. You can probably guess why. We have a daughter here and 2 granddaughters. Now we have another daughter, and those granddaughters got me wrapped around their little fingers, you know. So Juniper Rose, and this is Juniper Rose here, making her first pots on the wheel when she was only 18 months old. And her sister is Lily Virginia. So we have another daughter in North Carolina. So we're happy to be here because driving 860 miles every time you want to see somebody was pretty rough on us at our age. I've been making pottery on the side. I'm an engineer by education this is my 51st year. I just after I graduated school, I took a night class and I just fell in love with it. And I love everything about it. And I don't do it for the money, I do it because I just love to do it. I love to mop the floor and I'm done. And I just make simple pots, nothing real fancy. Let's see, oh here. My house is built on this clay here. It's all clay. I took a shovelful, ran it through a sieve, and fired it to 1700 degrees. So Goochland, that's Goochland clay. And I imagine it's all over Goochland. It's a beautiful earthenware clay. I really can't use it because I make stoneware, which is higher fire pottery. So, sorry for all this commotion, but of course, each of my granddaughters has a complete set of dishes. A plate, a cup and saucer, and a bowl. And then also my niece and nephew also have complete sets of dishes, all handmade with a teapot so they can have tea parties. And like I said, I just make simple pots. This is a stoneware bowl. It's food dishware. Everything I make is food dishware and microwave safe. If you want to pass it around, I'm not trying to show off. I just make simple pots. And you might think at 74, it's kind of hard to build, it's silly to build a whole new studio again, but it's just something I love to do and it keeps me out of trouble. And that'll be a simple vase for flowers. So that's what I do. Keeps me out of trouble. I just love everything about it. I'm going to call the Goochland schools and see if they'd like me to come in and do demonstrations for the art students. I did that back in Wisconsin. I also go around to churches and I'll do demonstrations for them. And I enjoy doing it. I don't charge for it. And I just love to have clay in my hands. So I don't expect a lot of sales. I can work about 4 or 5 hours in the shop and my back starts going. I rest a little bit and I go back the next day or in the evening. I'll make some pots. Probably won't make too many pots now at 74, maybe 400 or 500 pots a year, which really isn't much when you're on the wheel. You can go pretty good. I've made over 60,000 pots in my life, and I've sold them all. It's not easy to sell them. It's a lot easier to make them than it is to sell them. But it's just my passion. So.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gregory. Board, any questions for Mr. Gregory before we open the public hearing? Ms. LaSalette.
Okay, Mr. Gregory, thank you very much for that presentation. So let's talk for just a minute about your neighbors. So the neighbors and impacts on neighbors, because that's really what that's what we're going to be voting on. So how does your business impact the neighborhood, the neighbors? Talked about, noise, traffic, and those kinds of things. Can you speak to some of those issues?
There's no noise, there's no smoke or fire or anything like that. If you didn't know I was making pottery there, you wouldn't know. I have neighbors on both sides. They both came to the public meeting. They're in support of what I do. They're very nice people. We're happy to meet them. And across the street is a farm, so it's all farm fields. And did that answer your question?
You're getting there. So the other question has to do with traffic, and the way it was presented by staff is expected 2 to 3 people a week. Is that your estimate?
Yeah, on the average, that's my estimate. When I fire the kiln, I get about 100 new pots, right? So what I would do, I don't have a mailing list yet because I don't have, the business isn't open yet, but once I have a mailing list, I usually send that out when I fire the kiln. I have what's called a sale, a kiln opening sale. And that weekend, back in Wisconsin, even after doing it for 50 years, I might get 4, 5, 6, maybe even 7 cars on Saturday and the same on Sunday. It's not something that everybody likes. Even if I make 500 pots a year, that's only about 10 a week. So you're not going to see any more traffic than you would without the business there. Maybe it's just not a lot of business. About once a month at my own shop old shop in Wisconsin, someone would drive in the driveway and say, "I always wondered what was back here," you know, and I'd show them the shop, and maybe they'd buy something, maybe they wouldn't, but you know, about once a month I get a drive-by. I used to get a drive-by and sell most. You know, I sell a lot in the summer, and then around the holidays.
More.
But maybe on the average 2, 3 a week. Sometimes there might be 5 in a week. If I'm really lucky, maybe more, but it's not a big business.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Greger, appreciate it.
Thanks, Ms. Laskett. Mr. Waters?
So I'm a total smartass, so I will say, do you play Unchained Melody when you're doing the?
No. Well, I do play music. I love
beyond
bluegrass
that
music. So
no, beyond that, is it something where you would? Do you ever put "Made in Goochland County" or proudly made in Goochland County on any of your products? I would love that if that were something that were included, in this stamping or this process.
Well, I could put that on my business card for sure.
There we go.
And the name of the business is Goochland Pottery.
Oh,
so my
okay.
old business was Bristol Pottery. I lived in Bristol, Wisconsin.
Mr. Gregory, so thank you. I saw Fred Gregory, so I didn't know that. So thank you.
Goochland Pottery LLC.
There we go. That's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? All right, thank you, Mr. Gregory. Don't go too far. We're going to open the public hearing. So you can have a seat. And
All right, let me pack this stuff back up. And those little girls are getting pretty good now, on the wheel, pretty good.
Awesome. Okay, anybody wishing to come forth and speak in favor or against this case, please feel free to come forward at this time. Give us your name, address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. All right, board, any comments, questions?
Board members, I'll just remind you, because there was a change since the time of the packet, if a motion is made, it might be as amended. Please.
So nothing? I did have one thing. Well, actually, did you want to make a motion?
No, I just wanted to say this is very similar to, we had this in front of us no more than 3 or 4 months ago, I think, with Sixpence, which is the artisans on River Road. We need to support small business in Goochland County, and this is a great example. And it's not disruptive to the community, and it's somebody creating something beautiful that comes from where we live. So I can't speak kindly enough about it and support it more.
You could support it with a motion.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move to approve as amended, based on Ms. McGee's comments. I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU 2023-14 for a home-based business at 652 C Road. Excuse my mispronunciation. potentially, subject to the, subject to any imposed conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Thank you for, I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? I do have one kind of technical thing for staff, because we did call out the fact that there was revised conditions, and I'm not sure if it aligns with this, what we saw on the slide, but item number 5 is titled in your presentation, Ms. Sherry, no parking on public roads, parking for the use shall be provided on site. And then on what we've just put into motion is just says parking. Is staff okay with it just saying parking, not no parking on public roads, parking for the use shall be?
So there is a difference between what is there?
Yes.
And then what was on your slide?
I don't have the ordinance in front of me. Actually, I do. Is
The
it?
ordinance?
Well, I mean, the resolution in front of me.
It's missing the sentence about no parking on public roads.
It just says. And we could be splitting hairs, but someone once taught me
No,
words
sir, I
matter.
appreciate that. No, the intent is for there to be no parking on the public road as well.
So that would be part of amended condition 5.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to the motion and seconder?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've got that straight. So number 5 will say as no parking on public roads, parking for the use shall be provided on site.
All right,
Okay.
great, thank you.
All right, any other further discussion? All right, thanks for going through that. Mr. Carpenter?
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Lascalette?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Who?
Mr.
Yes. I didn't hear you.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you, congratulations, you've got your conditional use permit. Thank you. All right, thank you. Welcome to Goochland. All right. Okay,
Yes.
the next application is District 5. Ms. Sherry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I'm Jamie Sherry, Public Utilities, Director of Community Development. The next public hearing is an application by KPB Realty for a conditional use permit for an auto repair business, as well as to amend the conditions associated with the CUP that is on that property. The property is located on Hilton Road. As you can see by the vicinity map, it is in the far eastern portion of the county. It is located, as you can see on the aerial. There is Patterson Avenue at the top of the screen. And then the parcel itself actually has a drive that comes between 2 parcels and then extends all the way back to the back where there is a tower. Hope Church is located to the east, as you can see on the picture. To the south, there are 2 residential subdivisions, West Oak as well as River Gate. And to the west, you can see Blair Estates is identified there. That is a residential subdivision that was approved by the board in 2021. Later on in the presentation, you will see where those parcels actually exist. So the property is zoned, has dual zoning. As you can see from the map, the pink towards the top, closer to Patterson Avenue, is commercial, B1 zoned, and back towards where the tower identified is A2. The property is also subject to the overlay district just in the very front of the parcel. For the comprehensive plan, there's also a couple designations that I would like to point out. Just the drive, before really you get into any of the developable portions of the property, is identified by the comprehensive plan as commercial. The rest of the property is designated single-family residential medium density, as are the neighbors surrounding it to the south and to the west. The property is also within the River Road community and is in the designated growth area. So just a quick summary of the site. Currently, there is a 10,000 square foot commercial flex building and a communication tower, cell tower that I had mentioned. What the applicant is proposing to do is to amend the CUP approved with the tower, and there are no changes proposed to the operation of the tower. I will explain what the condition amendment is in just a moment, but there's no change to the tower operation being considered this evening. And then also to allow for an auto repair paint facility on both the A1 and the B1 districts. They propose to renovate the existing flex building as well as construct a new building to accommodate future expansion. So as I mentioned before, the zoning, top half of the zoning on the map is B1, does allow for commercial uses. It would allow for a auto repair that is under consideration tonight by a conditional use permit. And then the same is true for the A2 located farther south on the property. So I mentioned the comprehensive plan, entrance only for the commercial. The rest of it is residentially designated. It should be noted that towers, for the most part, are consistent with any zoning district, provided that it goes through the CUP, the conditional use permit process, so that we can mitigate any kind of impacts it might have on surrounding areas. And I had mentioned before the auto repair business, the body shop that is being proposed, also is not consistent with the residential designation. However, it should be noted that it has been there for many years, and it is consistent in the driveway portion of it. So here's a picture of the existing building. It's approximately 10,000 square feet, has in it currently a pressure washing business that does sales and services, and then also there's some vacant space within the building. It's been utilized for many years as commercial, and the auto repair that is being requested tonight would not be permitted based on the code requiring a CUP. So here's kind of an overview of the entire site, and I would like to point out that Hilton Road, which is the private easement that runs through the property, from Patterson Avenue, kind of winds through the whole development and terminates here with the tower. It's a private easement, so it's more like an access drive. There's variable widths within there. They do share access with the two properties along Patterson. So I think there's like a fuel business here, and then that's the new furniture shop that was located in the county recently. These properties, all the rest of the properties are accessed through Wilton Road, which is another private access farther to the east. And the tower goes all the way back. It's approximately 1,300 feet south of Patterson Avenue. So just a little background about how we got to where we are and what's out there now. So the communication tower was approved back in 1994. The commercial warehouse, the Flex building, was approved and constructed in 1995. All the adjacent properties came after both of those uses were permitted. So you have the Rivergate subdivision was in 1996, West Oak in 2002, Hope Church received their CUP in 2006, and lastly, I mentioned Blair Estates to the west just received their rezoning in 2021. So just to kind of remind you again what they are proposing, to amend the CUP conditions for the approved tower, and again, no operations are changing for the tower, and allow automobile repair, and what they plan to do is renovate the existing building and construct a new building in the future for future expansion, and that's important when it comes to the conditions. So for the tower, what they're proposing to do is delete one of the conditions, and you'll see when I go through the conditions. Basically, the conditions read that no other use is allowed on the property except a tower, and clearly there's already other uses on the property. So this is essentially just a cleanup of that. In addition, the CUP did not have any language about the buffer that is protecting the neighborhoods to the south. So we have added a buffer condition. And lastly, there were other changes that were made just to bring them up to our current standards. But again, no changes to the CUP activity of the tower. So for the auto repair paint facilities, the applicant is proposing to make several improvements on the site. There's the renovation. He'll be required to do additional parking. There's an area proposed for inoperable vehicles that would be required to be screened by code, landscaping buffers, and screening of a screening fence adjacent to the residential properties. And the next slide, I believe, is the conceptual, where I'll be able to kind of point at things. Construction of an emergency access through Hope Church is also being proposed, as well as the new building to accommodate the future expansion. It should be noted, I have there, that the southern residentials, even though we're not talking about it here, that buffer condition that was added, that is what is going to protect, continue to protect the neighborhoods to the south. So yes, here is the conceptual plan. We have Patterson Avenue right here. The existing drive that goes between the two, that shares access with those two buildings. This right here is the existing building. This is where they are proposing to have any vehicles that are awaiting repair, so inoperable vehicles. This is the new proposed building. Right here is the location of the tower. And right here is a gated entrance to Hope Church and the emergency access, the location where that would be. So they are proposing the new building. This is just an exhibit they provided just so you could see what it could look like or how the operation is. So there are, big building with the bay doors, but inside that building, this is, I guess, their paint facility. It has a booth, paint booth, I guess is what it is. And then this is like an example of where those might be located if there's more than one in the building. But again, this is not guaranteed what the actual property will look like. So fire rescue did have some concerns with the site, as if any of you all have ever been back there, that's pretty tight. And they had concerns that adding that additional building might cause problems if you were to get back there and the access from to Patterson Avenue was blocked. There could be potential that people could be stuck and harmed. In addition to doing all the things that they have to do per code, including like the sprinkler systems, firewalls, these are all things that they potentially will have to do just to improve the site in general. Widening, I mentioned that there's variable width along Hilton Road. They will be required to make sure they meet fire access. But I did want to point out that there is a condition based on fire code requirements that they will not be able to construct that new building until the circled area, which is on the map, the emergency access is constructed. So that is part of the conditions of this case. There was a community meeting held back in July. There were approximately 20 attendees, including Mr. Peterson. There were several concerns that were brought up, lots of questions, lots of concerns, had to do with the impact of potential odor, noise, truck traffic and, the size of the vehicles. Questions how this would impact the buffer as far as the communication tower goes. Having inoperable vehicles, outside storage, typical things that you would worry about in this type of an application. Buffers, and again, fire rescue, and just in general hazmat, OSHA type of concerns. So this graphic here is just to kind of show you the proximity of the southernmost portion of the business. So here's the proposed building. You see that there are residences here in Rivergate. The closest one would be approximately 620 feet. These fall within, 200, 250 feet. And then this is the subdivision that was approved back in 2021, Blair Estates. There's no houses on there, so I can't show you the exact, but it's 75 feet to the property line, and then there is a 25-foot minimum setback. So that's potentially 100 feet approximately, as close as those would be located. We also have received 2 communications in opposition to this request since the application was first formalized. At the Planning Commission in October, at their public hearing, they recommended approval with a 5-0 vote. One person did speak in opposition. So here are the conditions. For the tower ones, I'm just going to point out where the changes were made. Obviously, the other ones have to do with just cleaning up, making them consistent with our current standards. The buffer condition was was added. So essentially, all existing vegetation shall stay intact and maintained, and to be around the fenced area. There are some exceptions. They may have to do some clearing as part of the site improvements for the new building and the access. In the event they do, they have to provide us with a landscape plan, and that would be done through the plan of development to ensure that the impact, if there is any impact, it is mitigated through some additional plantings. And additionally, anything dies, essentially they have to replace it, just like all of our other current conditions for buffering. Again, cleanup, they have to, talking about the FAA requirements and the FCC requirements for lighting. And then 8 is worth noting, the yellow striked out, the property shall be used only for a tower site, as stated in the application. That's the reason why we are here, because this is already an existing CUP on the property, so they would not be allowed to legally operate until that was removed. So for the automobile repair, basically, I'm going to go through these because they're a little bit more detailed. Forgive me, I'm going to flip to my cheat sheet. So the first condition does allow for the use. Sorry, I have lots of pages. Okay, so it allows for the automobile repair use and limits the size of the vehicle. This was something that we heard initially at the community meeting. People were concerned that large trucks would be trying to navigate back there on and off of Patterson Avenue. So that includes basically they're just passenger trucks and passenger vehicles that are allowed to be repaired. Again, the plan of development requirement that we have with all of our businesses. The conceptual plan may have it be constructed similarly to the conceptual plan, with the exception that is important with this one is that they cannot build that second building that they're proposing without the construction of that emergency gated access to Hope Church. Repair activities shall be done indoors. Then they have to have all other legal compliance, anything that we would require, anything that the federal government would require, particularly as it pertains to hazardous materials. They would have to follow those and be compliant with that. No outside storage of any parts or anything, equipment to do with the business. I had mentioned before that the applicant is proposing a screened area for inoperable vehicles. By code, they are required to have certain certain screening, but the location would be tied to the conceptual plan. Screening automobiles stored in the waiting area from must be screened from all public roads and adjoining properties. Existing vegetation can be used as part of the screening, but additional plantings might be required during the plan of development to make sure that there is appropriate screening. Lighting, no lighting shall be done without a lighting plan. Hours of operation, there are limitations to the hours of operation, and this has been discussed with the applicant. He is agreeable. Those would be ooh. That's Forgive me, I do not know what I did. Okay, we're getting closer. Okay. Hours of operation, forgive me, between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m., Monday through Friday, and no vehicle or repairs on Saturday or Sunday. The last two the next two conditions I wanted to point out were a result of some of the discussion that was held at the Planning Commission. There was some concern with the height of the building, since it was not offered as a condition. The building that was proposed just in the presentation was just that, just for an exhibit. So there was concern that it could go rather high. So they are limiting the height to 35 feet. And also, there was concern with the location of the bay doors. So those bay doors, if they have any, will be facing east, which is, again, away from the residential properties. And then lastly, this is a 5-year, this has a 5-year expiration date. So the last day of November 2028, they will have to come back for approval. And then, of course, our standard transfer or lease. So that is my presentation. I know there was a lot of information. I'm happy to help navigate through it. If you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Ms. Sherry. Before we hear from the applicant, board, any questions? Ms. Lesko?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, so Ms. Sherry, back on the, let's go backwards.
Of course.
As I was writing the questions down as you were talking. So on the conditions, so number, I read my own handwriting. Number 10.
For the automobile or for the tower?
No, this, for the automobile.
Yes, ma'am.
So number 10 says no, wait a minute. Number 10 is your hours of operation, right? And nothing on, it's only Monday through Friday, 7 to 6. Does that include painting?
Yes, so that's the vehicle
Everything,
repair.
no operations,
No,
period.
Operations, that doesn't mean he could go in and, I guess, do office work, but there's no work on any kind of vehicles during that time.
Okay, all right, good. And so, number 11 is the height of the building. What's the height of the adjacent buildings?
So, the adjacent buildings, that is a very good question. Clearly, the residents are probably no more than 2 stories. I don't know the exact height of Hope Church. Are you talking about the ones within the
Within this,
development?
no, this strip here. I mean, is this taller?
Potentially, yes. It could be taller than that which is in the development currently. I would guess that they're all below. I've been out there, and I would guess that they're probably 20 at the most.
I'm just trying to picture, it's basically a 1-story, almost a strip type of building, right? With bay doors?
Yes, correct.
And paint booths inside?
Yes, ma'am.
So why does it need to be almost 3 stories tall?
So the number 35 feet came from the ordinance. A2 actually does allow for a much taller building. The B1 zoning district limits it at 35, so we figured that the consistency with the other businesses in there are limited to 35 based on the B1 ordinance, so we just carried it through.
Okay, that makes sense. All right. So the roads in there, Hilton and Wilton roads, both private access roads, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What are the width of those roads?
So I don't have the exact width. We're thinking some areas are probably 20, 25 feet, some may be even a little bit lower. There is kind of an area where we did identify that, and keep in mind, one of the reasons this is not a major concern of staff is because they will have to improve it to fire code standards.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think I think this area right here becomes a little bit of a thin area as well as this area right here. I think that's really the area that's more of a concern, but they will not get approval without meeting fire code requirements.
And they have enough land to widen these roads, or?
Yes,
right?
it's my understanding they do.
Okay. And so, and the access road, the emergency access road to Hope Church will be also to fire standards,
Yeah, so,
right?
yes,
I
the
mean, why would we
condition
build it if it's not,
specifically,
right?
yeah, conditionally says that they have to approve it.
Okay. So you were talking about so to switch gears on you, talking about buffer width to neighbors on the south. So is it 25 feet?
So the buffer
missed that.
doesn't have an existing width to it in the condition. So basically, it's there, it's been there since 1994. There was no impact to it, as far as we know, but it has served its purpose. The screening has served its purpose for those last 20-some years, 30-some years. So our intent was basically like, make sure that what is existing does not get impacted to the point where this new business is going to now cause the problems to the south. But it should be known that there's really no reason for Mr. Kuntz to remove anything behind the tower. So it's a gated, leased
Right,
area,
access,
just like
right.
everybody is, but this happens to just have existing vegetation. So the intent is really not to say a certain feet, but what's there stays there. If it gets removed, it gets replaced to meet the same intent of what is currently there.
But this new building is actually closer to those residences in the south, right?
Oh,
These-
yes, absolutely. So right now, there is vegetation that is right here that will have to be taken down for him to put the building. The vegetation that is being preserved is right here. He also, on his conceptual plan, there is, some landscaping that is proposed to stay there and a fence to also help mitigate to the west, mitigate to the west. But yes, you are correct, ma'am. There will be removal of some of the buffer. The buffer, I guess, was intended to just really stay close to the area that's closest to the tower. I mean, to the neighborhoods, excuse me.
But back on the other slide where you were showing the homes to the south. So, yes, this one. So these homes that are 210, 200 feet, whatever. So is the buffer between them and the new proposed building going to be, what is the buffer going to be?
I'm afraid I have not measured it. I do know that Mr. Kuntz, the applicant, has stated that anything that does get impacted in this part basically, anything in that buffer, they would have to provide a landscape plan. Any kind of clearing or any kind of work that they do. But there's not, I'm afraid the case doesn't have anything tied to it, and I did not measure it. It didn't have it at all, so our intent was just to kind of keep it as it is for this portion.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I see your concern. Usually we do have those.
Yes, we have
do.
buffers between everything. Between two residential neighborhoods, there's buffers.
Right.
So why are we lowering the buffer between a new building and these homes? And why is the buffer not part of the conditions?
The buffer wasn't, so for the tower case, originally, back in 94, didn't say anything about a buffer at all.
Okay.
It just
That
sort
was
of.
then, now it's now.
It sort of existed, so we added the buffer. If you see right here on the, where the proposed building will go, clearly there'll be impact right there. That which is surrounding the buffer, because at this point, we would never require a buffer that far away from a fence in a tower case. I do understand that I wish I had a number, that which is back there, but this has been there for 30 years and we've not had any kind of complaints. So our intent was not to go in and really blow up the tower case, but to improve it by at least maintaining what is currently on the ground. But no, I'm afraid we do not have a number.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lumpkins?
So I've got a couple of questions, but
Sure.
But following up on, and you may need to go to another slide, but where it shows proposed building, I guess what I was following Ms. Lascolette, I think she's asking what's to keep, in addition to the specific buffer question, that made me think, what's to keep them from moving the proposed building closer to the tower?
So.
And hence closer to Button Bush and the
Yeah, I
other.
mean, so if you see on the conceptual, they really are going right down to pretty close to the tower site, but that's the site, the part that is actually facing away from the neighborhood of the tower. So the intent on the buffer was really to protect the neighborhood from the tower use, not from Mr. Kuntz's use. What has been added for Mr. Kuntz is the fence and buffering that is, I think the numbers are 5 and 6. I'm sorry, I don't have good eyesight. 4.
Well, six is the buffer landscape. Are there any, other than what we just say, you're going to build it to the conceptual plan, is there anything in there as to what that buffer landscape is in terms of what goes there and the depth?
Yeah, no, sir, we have, what we will is have that would be reviewed at POD. So that would be something that we would have to review at the plan of development.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm afraid there is nothing in the, there are zoning requirements. I'm trying to think of what the A2 setback would be. So there is an A2 setback for the building, and we would just ensure that they could be able to operate, yet at the same time provide additional
Maybe
buffering.
if you could, but after we're done, when we hear from the applicant,
Yeah.
maybe you could come back and tell us what the A2 buffer is.
Certainly.
Okay. So the connection to Hope, just to be clear, they will not get a building permit until they've completed that connection. No building permit until, is that right?
That's correct. I mean, it doesn't actually say that, and I don't think in the condition, but that is correct. We would not, in any CUP activity they would come to, we would read the conditions and we would say, it doesn't say building permit?
Well, it just says construction.
I mean, that could be probably,
Construction of the new building designated as proposed new building on the conceptual plan. Well, that leads to my second question.
I mean, that could be improved.
So let me read, because I had this, construction of the new building designated as the proposed new building, close quote, on the conceptual plan is not permitted until a second point of emergency access is constructed. So that's where I was getting that from. Construction is not permitted until the access is constructed and maintained in a manner satisfactory to fire rescue and community development. So that kind of says you're not going to get a building permit.
Yeah, I mean, and that would be our normal practice, but I guess if you want to tie it to building permit, that could also be.
I think I was kind of confirming that that's what
Yes.
it says. So the other thing, required approvals, the CUP activity shall not begin until a POD is approved. We know that. And all POD improvements have been installed and approved. And then this is more just an education for me. And then it continues, and any other approvals that may be required by other departments, such as a building inspection change of use. I
Yes.
don't remember seeing that. What does that
So
mean, and how
essentially-
does it apply in this case?
Yeah, so essentially, the existing building that's on the property is considered a warehouse flex building. I don't speak on behalf of the building official, so if he's looking at it and he says there needs to be a change of use because it was a warehouse and now it's going to be what Mr. Kuntz is proposing, there was potentially a change of use. So that was sort of just thrown in there just to make sure that he knew that he couldn't.
If I could clarify as well, this standard condition used to just say all POD improvements installed and improved by the county. And many months ago, maybe a year or more, there was something that needed a change of use. And so the building official requested that this standard condition be amended to include that. So it is not, it may apply in this position, but it's been a standard condition.
Thank you, Ms. McGee.
Wordsmith, you might want to talk to them about have been installed and approved by the county, like we're going to install all this stuff. So anyway, so last question. Inoperable vehicles will be in that part 2 there, I think, vehicle storage area behind a privacy fence, inoperable.
Correct.
I think I know the answer, and I look at the diagram and conceptual plan, but where are the operable vehicles allowed to be parked?
In the parking spaces, I guess. I
And
mean,
so-
customers,
So then
essentially,
my
yeah.
question was, it looks like there's a whole lot of parking spaces in there in the dimensions. Looks like a huge amount of parking spaces. If you, those little dashes in there.
Yeah.
Is there any by ordinance? I don't see any in the conditions. Is there anything by ordinance
Yeah.
that restricts, again, it looks like, again, it's hard to tell if this is to scale, but when I look at the scale, if those lines are to scale, there's just a whole lot of vehicles in there, and obviously, there is an ordinance that they'll have to meet so that we're not gonna have impediments from their parking design, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so, but there's no restrictions on parking vehicles, it'll just be whatever the ordinance requires.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, thanks.
Could you, Ms. Sherry, could you give me just a little detail on the screening fence concept? I mean,
Yeah.
I do think that the tower is closer to all the residences than where this will be.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I also think that my interpretation of a screening fence is chain metal with some maybe green type cover or.
Oops, I guess I did it again. So you're talking about the screening that is to the east to the New Blair
That is
Road?
closest to the potential residential and existing residential, and just
there.
trying to understand it because, you know, I really do think there's ways to get there, but also want to keep the landscaping concept to a higher standard,
Agreed.
if that makes sense.
It does. Let me go to the fencing and screening to see if there's anything specific. I don't think there's like any specific height that has been identified with that. I know Mr.
Well, they said 8 feet. 8 feet.
Oh, 8 feet. Yeah, so Mr. Coons did share like an exhibit that I just saw just like today or yesterday that has not been offered as a condition. But that does show like the fencing and some landscape. That might be something that is better for him. I mean, I think somebody did ask me to look and see what the ordinance buffering is. The ordinance would really just be a setback.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicant like to come forward? Sure, Mr. Peters, why not join the party?
Sorry, Grant.
This
Yes, sir.
this won't take long.
I'm a mess.
Hey, tu, Brute?
Thank you, Grant.
This won't take. Never mind. Okay, just so I have this straight, this property has 2 zoning categories.
Yes, sir.
There's no need to rezone it, either piece, to make it consistent.
The A2 piece, they both require a conditional use permit, so the application came in that way. I'm going to be honest, the setbacks are different between both zoning district, and I'm not sure that this would be achievable if the whole thing was BB1. Because between the B1 and any kind of residential or agricultural zoning district, there'd be like a setback that would essentially take up half the property.
Okay, so if I hear you correctly, this use is permitted with a conditional use permit as presented without doing any rezoning.
Correct.
Okay, so make sure we're on firm ground here with the 2
Yes.
different zoning categories. Second thing is, there's more than one use, and we've got 1 CUP. So this 1 CUP can apply to all the uses and with separate conditions on each of the uses, so cell tower conditions you went through, auto repair conditions you went, all of that can be done with 1 CUP.
Yes, sir.
So no need to rezone and 1 CUP, and we can do the whole thing, and that's on firm ground. Okay, just want to confirm. Thank you much. It's a little different than we usually do, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Okay, Mr. Coons, or whoever, his representative.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Sure, anything you'd like to tell us that staff hasn't covered, or?
Yeah, we can respond to a few of the questions. First of all, my name is Grant Hayes. Do I need to give you my address?
Yes, please.
3501 Moss Side Avenue, Richmond, 23222. And I'm representing KPP Realty along with Jimmy Koontz. I don't know your address.
I'm Jimmy Coombs. My address is 4204 Worcester Road, Richmond 23228.
Okay. So anything you'd like to tell us before we open the public hearing?
Yeah, first of all, just thank you all for giving us an opportunity to share, and thank you to Jamie and Tom and the rest of the staff for their work involved in this. We are, and we're also grateful to the homeowners who reached out to us, who came and visited with us, and got to know the business, got to know how we operate. There are a lot of misconceptions about what auto body repair facilities, how they operate. Coming down to our location, Scott's Addition, I think we were able to set a lot of minds at ease. Only one person came to speak at the meeting last month, as opposed to the 20 that showed up at the public hearing. So we considered that a win. Yeah, I mean, in general, we think that these are complicated areas. Anytime commercial abuts residential, and when Jimmy acquired the property a few years ago with a vision of expanding the business. I think, we started talking about this a couple years ago, and we knew that there was going to be a need inherent in the conditional use that we were going to have to get, which at the time we actually thought was a rezone. We knew we were going to have to win over the neighbors, and we knew that we were going to have to create a business that was, ultimately going to be allowed. We also knew that in order to survive as a business that is public facing and that, thrives on, on customers who come from nearby, that we were going to need to design something that very much considered them. So the conceptual plan that you see is exactly that. To answer a few of the questions that came up, the screening fence is 8 foot. It has been initially proposed as 8-foot vinyl. There's not a condition on it. We would be happy to explore. We heard some of the neighbors ask anything short of a masonry wall that one of the neighbors suggested. We'd be happy for it to be, dark wood, stained fence, board on board, whatever the county's willing to, to propose to us in the plan of development. The object being, our interests are similar, to screen our business from them so that they're not bothered by the work that we do. In addition to the 8-foot fence and the 20-foot buffer from the building to the property line, you'll note that the vast majority of the screening that exists between the building and the closest neighbors is not actually our land, it's Blair Estates land. So it's protected by their own development standards. So I think they're pretty good. We are adding to the corner there where we think just below number 4, where we have some parking spots that are designated there. They are as wide as they are because of required turn radius. So I think it's about 50 feet or so from the building. That's by design, not by ordinance. We're also proposing to add to the landscape buffer there with some 35-foot arborvitaes along. So all of the green that you see along the number 6 down to number 4 to the far corner, in this picture, the upper left-hand corner of the tower will receive additional landscape treatment. And then similarly, on the eastern end of the property there where we butt up to Hope Church, we're proposing adequate screening to protect their view shed as well. Building height, you'd asked the question about building height. I do not know because I didn't measure it, but I believe that the existing building is 30 feet tall. It might be 32. I apologize that I did not get that actual measurement. The reason for it being essentially 2 stories is, though painting is not the only piece of the work that we do, we also put vehicles in the garage and lift them up, and so we need tall ceilings to accomplish the automotive repair. Let's see, we covered that, 20-foot height, 20 buffer. So essentially what we have been working really hard to try and do in this plan is to propose a use and accept conditions that we're going to allow this business to operate in a way that was not going to disrupt the neighbors. So an automotive repair activity happening inside the building, big bay doors obviously that open and close, but activity inside the building. The biggest concerns that we were presented with were noise, smells, and visibility. So we just talked at length about visibility. The noise factors, I'll just read something to you real quick. All equipment, motors, pumps, and so on are contained within the building envelope. The loudest rated pieces of equipment employed are dual 10 horsepower motors for the paint booth enclosed within an insulated cabinet measuring 74 decibels. And for comparison, a residential shop vac measures 86 decibels. Rotary screw type air compressors employed produce even less, only 68 decibels. I apologize. Did you get our presentation? Do you want me to bring up that presentation?
If I can interrupt,
Sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. Gibbs, I need to get in here.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Here, why don't you?
I'm invited the HOA, the head of it, from the subdivision that's the most concerned about noise and odor. First of all, it's not 1870. We don't use solvent-based paint. We use water-based paint, which is also environmentally safe. There is relatively no odor to it. We invited the HOA down. We stood beside the two compressors and carried on a conversation while both my paint booths were running with people inside of them painting. They're insulated booths. They're heated, so they're expensive to keep warm. So they're quiet inside and out because they're very well insulated. We invited them down. The business is already in Scott's Addition, and they put 6-story buildings all around me with people paying a tremendous amount of rent, and we're right beside them. And we fix their cars. I mean, they don't complain at all. So, like I said, things have changed. It's a quiet, cleaner business than it used to be. You know, even 10 years ago, things have changed. I've come up in it and through it. So we've made a lot of changes the way business is conducted. So.
Thank you, Mr. Coons.
So, yeah, in general, just piggybacking on what he was saying. So think about noise, and these are just misconceptions. People don't understand exactly how the businesses operate, and that's fair. On the screen is an example of a compressor contained within an insulated unit, again, contained within an insulated building, again, behind a closed door, that generates less noise than a shop vac. So I think it's important to note, you know, the idea of the kinds of noises that auto repair facilities are really just not indicative of today's technology. The second major concern had to do with smells. So this is a commercial paint booth, and so you can see what happens when a vehicle is painted. It actually goes inside of the building and then inside of the paint booth, where they control for air. They filter out particles. I could talk to you I couldn't talk to you. There's someone here who could talk to you if you wanted to learn more about the extensive filtration system that the air and chemicals go through in this. I think the important thing is just noting that modern facilities really don't use solvent-based paints anymore, with the exception of clear coat finishes. Everything is waterborne, so there's just no noxious odors. There's, you know, there were legitimate, reasonable concerns about, you know, the smoke fumes that would come out of the top of this thing that would smell like automotive paint, and that's just not the way these operate anymore. And again, you know, everything takes place inside of a booth, inside of a building, and the GFS wave filter, remove about 99% of the particulates that are in the air. So. The compliance standards, because again, these were questions that came up along the way. You know, who regulates the activity? Obviously, county, state, national, international, you name it. All of these are standards that our materials, our equipment, all adhere to. We talked about the visibility. I provided another example of a type of building. This one not painted blue. This one painted earthen tone. We're really flexible and open to it. We'd love to explore, you know, what the neighbors would like. We had the neighbor who did speak out, I think, last month, asked, you know, could the back of the building be painted green like a tree? And we're like, sure. It does not matter. We want this thing to be attractive. We want to get along with the neighbors. It's, you know, the essence of our business model. So that's about all we had. Do y'all have any follow-up questions for us?
Anything before we open the public hearing? Mr. Vados?
I have one quick question, a few slides ahead, noise related. rotary screw type air compressors. That's the, excuse my poor impression. Right?
No.
Yeah.
It's more like a humming noise.
Okay, so it's not even like what you take a car tire off with?
No, sir.
Okay, that's all I just wanted to put perspective
The compressor,
to something like that.
take the drill you're talking about out of the equation. It's actually, the rotary screw type is actually the way the motor inside of the compressor works.
Okay.
It's a quiet motor.
That
Quiet and
helps
very
answer,
efficient.
that helps.
Ms.
No, I'm
Lascolette?
not gonna make that noise ever again.
Ms. Lascolette?
Not Pit Road. Richmond International.
Thank you.
So one last question, where are you getting the water from?
The,
Where do you get your water from?
yeah, the water is gonna be, actually, public water is gonna come through, it's been stubbed out at Hope Church, I know, because I put it there. And, the idea would be, we're working with public utilities, they're gonna come from, here, I can show you.
I think y'all put a stub at the front of Hilton Road as well, on
Okay.
Patterson. I gave the county an easement for it.
There's, yeah, the water, public water runs right here along Patterson Avenue.
Right.
And prior to that being there, we brought it, I used to work at Hope Church, we brought water all the way around here to serve the lodge when we built it in 2016. So
Okay.
the stub is actually right about here,
Okay.
where that turnabout is, and we're proposing, the county has asked if we would grant an easement, obviously they have to ask Hope Church as well, an easement to bring the water line up to here and then bring it all the way back around and create a loop in the
A loop.
system.
And we already gave Boone Homes the easement on the backside of my property. They ran a water line there to access those new homes off of Patterson Avenue.
Okay.
So the water and sewage is directly
Right here.
behind the building.
Yeah,
Okay, great, thank you, good answer.
thank you.
Mr. Pierce?
Mr. Chair, thank you for that presentation. Is there any consideration to moving the existing business out to Goodson, or is this going to be a separate location?
I'd like for it to be a separate location.
Okay.
I own property in Scotts Addition and also a lease. I'm also 60 years old, and I'm probably gonna tone it down a little bit in the next 10 years, and I'd like for this to be, I've got 2 sons that are interested in the business and 1 nephew. The nephew, one of my sons is currently employed with me now. So I'm gonna hold some ground in Scotts Addition, but eventually, I'd like to tame it down to, this is a much smaller operation than what I have in Scotts Addition.
And just for a little context, the business in Scotts Addition operates out of 2 adjoining buildings. Jimmy owns one of them and does not own the other. If you know anything about Scotts Addition, you know that his lease position on the non-owned one is obviously, potentially in jeopardy one day. So I think part of the strategy here, while we're talking about 2 distinct locations, part of the strategy is what happens in 10 years when you simply can't afford to be in business in Scotts Addition anymore because everything's 10 stories tall. So this is a good strategic alternative.
Okay, so-
It could well become the entirety of the business.
There may be some shifting of the weight, but it's not necessarily the plan to bring the whole thing out.
It's
just
not the plan to bring the
initially.
whole thing
Okay.
overnight, no, sir.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough, thank you.
Okay, board, I'd love to get to the public. There's some folks here that'd like to comment, so just stand by and we'll hear from the public and give you a chance to retort. All right, at this time, I will open the public hearing. So for those wishing to speak in favor or against, please come forward. Again, give us your name and address, and please try to keep your comments to about 3 minutes.
My name is Garland Wesley Childress. I'm at 443 Blair Road. I'm speaking as a part of a piece of land that's no houses on or anything like that. I mean, I feel like I know the voters with West Oak and Blair Estates and all of that. You depend on them, but I came here to listen. I own the piece of land, the 10 acres, that's abuts to the access road. It's been in the family since 1942. It's not for sale. But I haven't heard anything I object to. But I am listening. I'm amazed how this tract of land ever carved out there, to tell you the truth. I don't know anything about the history of it, but I feel like it feels like a pot of short pumps snuck in my backyard. And that's all I really want to say is I'm interested in any buffers or anything, because a huge part of that excess road bounds my property on the east. Most of my property is to the just behind the mini storage and the classic kitchens. So I guess all I want to let you know is I'm watching, and I'll speak with my voice when I see something I don't like, but I didn't hear anything here today that seems to be out of order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Childress. Anyone else? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, thank you. Okay, board. Now we go to work.
Could we have the applicant come up to
Sure.
just to address maybe a couple things? I think we wanted to hear from the public, and I think that's your efforts to get to this point, like you said, you started with a bunch of people that came to the community meeting and said, thank you for making the effort. We love it. I think that gentleman just said, this thing, and you said it at the beginning of your presentation, it's always a challenge when you have residential around this, but certainly this board is business friendly, and thank you for looking to bring your business out here. We welcome it. Again, we have the land use challenge of getting it to work for the neighbors and for the community. And y'all have done a good job of getting it to the point that you had one person who just let us know that he's watching but didn't hear anything objectionable. But you did say a couple things. You said you would entertain discussion about the buffer, about like a type of fencing there along there. So that caught my ear. And then you also said that you've promised Hope Church to protect their view shed. I paraphrased a little bit there, but you said you hope to protect their view shed as well. And so I went looking into the conditions that are part of this application, looked for that. The one that I think you must be referring to, it says automobiles, the only one that I think it could be, is automobiles being stored or awaiting repair shall be screened from view of all public roads and adjoining properties. Existing vegetation may be used, but additional plantings may be required to obtain the appropriate screening. Did you have anything, is there something else in here, or is that what you were referring to in terms of protecting Hope Church's view shed?
No, it's a great point. We have drawn on their number 3, the retaining wall. It does not specifically say that there would be plantings along the retaining wall. There is an existing buffer right now from the parking area to the property. And while it's a little bit thin, essentially we're not going to take anything else out there. We don't have to. The area to the south, the area below on this map to the east of number 2, essentially right above number 3, is already cleared. There's the roadway easement that runs all the way out to the telecom tower is already cleared out there. So really our strategy is just don't take anything else. There's really nothing else that needs to come down. Hope is all. Oh.
He said we're going to leave the vegetation that's there, and the concern to our neighbors to the south and to the west, we have buffers. Actually, the neighbor that's most concerned, I believe, he's 200 feet from the property line to his property line, and I believe the majority of that is already foliage. It's already wooded, and like point was made earlier, it's not all that's mine, but it's all
that house right there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Foliage is already there.
Yeah.
And we intended on leaving it. When Boone Homes came in, we agreed to leave. I think there's 10 feet between where we are, and they start, and we agreed to leave that there
That area
for
back
them,
there.
and they, I
behind
think
the
they added
existing
another
building.
25 feet
Gotcha.
of their property on it to leave it. So we never had any intentions of cutting any of that out.
Gotcha. Well, that's good. That's good to hear. But of course, this is our last shot as, you know, representatives of the community. This is our last shot. So I know we have the POD process, and there's a lot more work. A lot of times, you know, we think, oh, the work sometimes really starts after you get past this point. So I know you've got a lot ahead of you, and it makes total sense that your efforts need to align with what works for the community, because you're a business that serves the community. So I'm sure it'll go well, but from our perspective, this is the last shot. And so if something doesn't work well, they're like, you know, why didn't you put that in? Why didn't you deal that when they were before you? And so those are the things I'm just looking for, is when applicants say, we're going to do this or we're going to do that, if it's something that's kind of critical, in this kind of case, buffering, then I want to see it in writing so that we have something to point to.
Of course.
So I would, if we have the time and the interest, I would like to, if you have some ideas of what you can do on the type of fencing, and then any kind of screening along, or maybe more of a description of that retaining wall.
The fencing, we had talked about running a vinyl fence on the backside of the property, but not,
There's already a fence that exists in this section back here because of the easement that exists over it. So we're very open to whatever anybody wants as far as an 8-foot fence, again, with the exception of masonry. Where, you know,
I understand.
We've offered 8 foot. I think 8 foot is in the ordinance, and so it makes perfect sense. If you know, if white vinyl wasn't acceptable, you know, that was an initial proposal. Referencing Hope Church specifically, and I'll let Hope Churches here. I'll let them speak on behalf if they want to. They have been very kind and generous to offer us this easement in order to make this possible. So they're trying to be good neighbors. Obviously, we in turn intend to be good neighbors.
So that tells me that you're probably okay with your water easement that you said it sounds like you still have to get.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't want to overspeak on behalf of Hope Church. When I was working there a few short months ago, and we talked about that very same easement, we said, well, of course.
Gotcha.
You know, it's the county's to take, really.
Right,
I mean,
right,
it's,
right.
you know, we're not, we're happy that they brought water up the hill. Sorry, I got to do this right. Hope Church was happy. I was happy when I worked at Hope Church and they brought the water up Patterson Avenue. We recognized the benefit of, we used to be the end of the line, and now bringing that around is going to improve the water for everybody, including the water for the lodge facility, which currently operates off a pump, because it's the end of the
Okay.
line.
for
I'm
us
speaking
too,
too much
'cause
for you, Kelly. If you want to come
right
up
now,
and speak.
there's a septic system and a well there. So, of course, when I found out the water was down Patterson Avenue, that was a really good point for us. And then, same with the sewage, because I wanted to tie the existing building immediately into the water and to the sewage, as soon as I knew what I was doing, besides just renting space to tenants. So, yeah, that was more or less a selling point. So,
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Pius. I'm the managing director of Hope Church. My address is 10610 Henrico. Just wanted to speak on behalf of our cooperation in wanting to support fire access for the property and being open to water access as well. Just happy to be a good neighbor to Mr. Kuntz, and he's been very gracious to Hope and to all of us.
Well, quick question. Is there sort of some sort of, because looking at this, it looks like Hope Church can benefit from having access through there as well. Is that part of the agreement? Is that if something were to happen?
Mr. Kuntz has been very open to the possibility of us using parking on his.
I was speaking more of for the gated emergencies, like, so if something were to happen at church,
There-
it gives you another access.
It's not likely that we would need it because we have two connection points to Patterson Avenue that would be easier to access than, I can't imagine that you would go the other way.
the access road they're giving me access to is actually, it's a favor to me and the fire department, because we first went and looked at it. If we didn't have that access road and something happened and the proposed second building, and there were firefighters back there and like that, and it happened behind them, there'd be no way out.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. I think Mr. Vaughters, you had a question?
Yeah, this is for Mr. Hayes and Mr. Coates. I don't want bigger government ever, and bigger government is longer lists of rules and impositions, but I appreciate you've put some concepts out there. I just like the beauty of the recorded mic is we have something to hold you to. I really think your residential neighbors would appreciate the wooden plank on plank type fencing you're talking about. They might say differently, but I love that that's on the table and out there. And if you would just say, and we would add some vegetation, and I just really want.
There is vegetation planted all on the fence.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. Like just as much as possible. There's I don't want to inhibit business, but at the same time, that we know there's additional residential coming, and the best way for Goochland to be a place where people want to live is we've already we've thought ahead about the Blair Estates and other things. So it's not, I don't want to make an amendment that says you're required to do this, but the beauty of it is you're coming in front of the board, we've got a recording, and I just, to the extent you'd be willing to say, we're willing to do this, and we're willing to, and put some additional vegetation, that'd be great. I would appreciate that.
I think, before we do, I think Ms. McGee has a thought.
Mr. Fathers, these kind gentlemen have done so much to improve their case and work with their neighbors, and we certainly appreciate their comments before the board. But if it is not in writing in these proffers, it is absolutely,
understand.
no matter how recorded it is
I
not legally
understand.
viable.
And that's where I don't want more government, I want gentlemen's words.
Sure, and somewhere between the CUP conditions and the plan of development, what we designed for was what Tom and I worked on and Malachi with RK&K was exactly as it was required, and then the best it could be. So an 8-foot vinyl fence was the most expensive 8-foot fence that we could think of, short of masonry. I'm going to keep on saying that.
No,
too,
that's
by the
fine.
way. Because if you were to say, well, we'd rather be, wood, cedar, plank, great, that's fine, that's easy to do. 35-foot Leland, not Lelands, arborvitaes. There's a thin amount of area back there because of the sewer easement. So I know that we can't overplant that buffer behind the building, but we'll plant it as big as the county will let us build, as big as the county will let us plant it.
And toward the residential on the south, I had planned on overplanting that.
Good.
There's no,
Thank you.
there's nothing there that the plants like could grow into a sewer line or a water line. And our reason being is because we had a lot of pushback in that area, and I'm trying to get them past the.
If you say it, with
I'd
your
rather
hand
be
up
on
like
our
this.
word than on, saying you have to do this on paper 100%. You get where I'm coming from. And so I appreciate that.
Quick question, follow. You had mentioned, you were pointing on the red. You said there's existing fence behind that existing building. Is it the type of fence, because I'm thinking, if there's something already there, is it the type of thing that you just could continue? And that meets, I don't know what type of fence it is.
Happy to. It's an unfinished board on board pine, rough hewn pine fence on a metal frame.
Okay.
It's designed to be it's big wide open gates because it's a big sewer easement.
Oh, okay.
It's 100% screened and it's made out of wood. If that was what was decreed, that would be an easy one.
Well, I think you're hearing, did you say decreed, if that's what was decreed? I think you're hearing some people that don't want to issue decrees, but I just want to get it, again, if you're talking about fence, if it's something already there, just consistency might be part of making it attractive, but.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Zillmer.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Peterson.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. I think at the community meeting, you mentioned that you'd been in touch with the developers in Blair Estates. what's their expectation about the fencing and the vegetation?
You've spoken to him more than I have.
I didn't talk to the developers, I talked to the HOA. And like I said, again, I'm
No,
invited
Mitchell,
them.
he's talking about Mitchell Bodie.
Oh, Mitchell Bodie?
Yeah.
Um,
What's their understanding? Is it
Mitchell
an
was
8-foot
just the
fence? Is it
foliage.
vinyl?
Mitchell was good with the foliage, because between he and I think there's 35 feet of foliage already. And it's been there a long time, so it's really thick and really developed. And, we told him what our plans were.
He was there. He was at the meeting that night too.
Right.
He spoke at the meeting.
And we told him, either a vinyl fence or a wooden fence, we'd put that up. And, I wish he was here tonight, but, he was very supportive of it and had no pushback at all in a public meeting. Matter of fact, he even spoke on our behalf at the public meeting, that he had no objection to
Right.
it.
Because as I look behind the proposed building, that's Blair Estates, and they're directly behind the building itself. Where the other screening we're talking about is more tangential and down toward West Oak and on that end of it. But on this end of it, the Blair Estates, I was just curious as to what their understanding was. 8-foot fence, vinyl, what were they thinking at this point? There's no one here from them tonight, I don't believe, to say, hey, we really want it to be masonry instead of, but I just want to know what they're, because we're trying to, nail down representing interests of the surrounding folks and let them, make sure this is done right.
Yeah.
If they already have an understanding that's acceptable, then that may help us in our discussion, so.
Yeah, I can't speak for them. I would assume they do because the fence is built already in that particular section, specifically where that easement was created.
So what you've been talking about in terms of additional fencing and plantings and whatnot, they're aware of that?
Yes, sir.
And they haven't taken any issue with that?
No, sir.
Okay, just want to verify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Just one last question. Mr. Hayes, since you've become an expert on our pointer, where you had the dot, that strip of land up to the left, yes, keep going. That section right there, that looks like the property lines, and this may be a question for staff, do we know who owns that strip?
West Oak subdivision. That's their buffer. That's
So
the
that is their buffer now, that's
homeowners
always going to stay. So regardless of what we do, that buffer is there.
Correct.
Is that, I'm
This
looking at staff
buffer
as
is-
well.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, board, any further discussion or comments or motion?
Yeah, one last one, Mr. Chair. I mean, this may be for Jamie. This, half of I mentioned earlier, there's two different zonings here. The front was B1, I guess, and the back was residential.
Correct.
Medium density.
That's for the designation, correct, for the comp plan? So
It's not the zoning, it's a comp plan.
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to envision this piece of property with an existing warehouse where the back half has single-family, medium density in it, and it's tough to visualize. Sorry?
For what it's worth, and I don't know, not to interrupt you, for what it's worth, Mr. Wilton originally owned this property, and I don't know when he put that building up, because the existing building that's already there, when Anita Barnes was here, I started this project back in 2019, and unfortunately, this was supposed to happen in like March or April of 20, and then we had this little thing called COVID hit, and all this went right on out the window. But she had, because she even joked about it, saying that the existing building in today's world, Zone B1, couldn't be where it is. And I honestly don't know if it had something to do with Mr. Wilton just going back there and doing what he wanted to do, or if he got permission, or if he was just going to ask for forgiveness. That's way before my time. But I do know that, Anita talked to me about it and said, leave the zoning alone, so it will line up with the building that's existing there if you're going to try to do this. And so I took her advice, and that's where we started with this. And then I got people that are a whole lot smarter than I am involved to help me put this together to present to
Right.
y'all.
Right, thank you. My line of thinking here was highest and best use, and how you go past the existing warehouse to put a couple of things. I just, anyway, I understand the comp plan, but I'm just, and we try to comply with the comp plan whenever it makes sense. I'm just wondering how much sense it would make to try to do that with highest and best use of this land. So anyway, I appreciate your comments on that, so
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Okay, board, what's your pleasure? Mr. Peterson?
Mr. Chair, you prepared to entertain a motion?
Very.
And just to confirm, we have not got a consensus around adding additional amendments to fencing, plantings, any of that. Okay, just want to make sure. All right, Mr. Chair, I move that the board grant conditional use permit CU 2023, number 12, for automobile repair at 480 Hilton Road, subject to the imposed conditions as presented.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Oh, no. Yes, you have further discussion? Any further discussion?
No, I'll yield back the rest of my time.
Okay. Whew, okay. All right, Mr. Carpenter, roll call vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Now?
Yes, this will be now.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Ms. Lasclette?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Congratulations, good luck.
Thank you and good luck.
All right, I know we've got some more hearings. I think we need a 15-minute break, so let's go big hand on the one.
Well, you know, he got.
All right, I call the board back to order. Moving on with our third case, and I think we have Ms. Jamie Sherry again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Jamie Sherry, Director of Community Development. I was just kind of chastised for actually putting together a presentation for you all. So I'm going to sum it up real quick, and then I'll go through the slides very quickly. So it really is as simple as the General Assembly made some changes to our notice requirements, and we had been abiding by them since July. Our ordinance was out of compliance with the ordinance, even though we've been doing the correct advertising. The General Assembly heard a lot of comments back from localities who've been impacted like ours, and I can run through how it actually is impacting us. But we are hearing that they're going to go back and change it again. So the way we've amended the zoning ordinance as it pertains to public notice is that we're saying that it's going to comply with the state. So essentially, this is how it currently impacts. With the Wednesday publication, only once a week, PC notices generally run 1 week before with the first advertisement and 1 day before. 1 week before, then 1 day before the meeting. Board generally runs 2 weeks before and 1 week before. So as I mentioned, there were a lot of comments made. We're expecting that the changes will be made. So this is the actual ordinance section. It's 1558, amendments, procedures, zoning text amendments. So this would apply to any zoning cases, any kind of like comp plan amendments, things along those lines. It currently reads, notice must be given at the time and place of any required public hearing by publication in a newspaper having a general circulation in the county once a week for 2 consecutive weeks. That part has not changed, so we've kept it in there. We removed the part that references how we did it prior to July 1, and now it says before the hearing in accordance with state law. So however they change it, we will not have to come back to you this time next year and make the same change. So that's essentially it. And I apologize because I think Ms. McGee does not have a presentation for hers, and I think it's probably, I could have done this much simpler. But I am available for any questions. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, board, any questions for Ms. Sherry this time? Okay. Discussion and motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry, thank you.
Oh, you're right.
Mr. Chairman, move to public hearing.
Okay, at this point, I will open the public hearing. All right, so moving on, closing the public hearing. Okay, at this time, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board adopt this ordinance amendment to revise public hearing notice requirements as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Waters.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lescott. Any discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Thank you. All right, Ms. McGee, I think you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am before you this evening for a public hearing on an amendment to Goochland County Code Section 2-26, whereby you would adopt a revised official electoral map. I remind you that several months ago, you approved, I believe in July, you approved an ordinance change to reflect that Precinct 301, the Beaver Dam Precinct. This new polling place would be at the Parks and Rec building here at the county complex instead of at the animal shelter. We then sent that off, as we now need to under state law, to the AG for approval. And this is the last step, as we're asking you to approve that change being shown in the map. In the past, I think we might have done them together when we didn't have the AG approval, and we may go back to that. But nonetheless, this is the last step to have that approved. On a pragmatic basis with respect to the election just coming up within the week, VDOT is going to have a sign up at Animal Shelter telling folks, making sure to redirect voters to the Parks and Rec building so that we don't have folks wandering in there expecting to vote and maybe adopting an animal instead. But that is what is before you tonight for public hearing.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Any questions for Ms. McGee at this time? Okay, with that, I will open the public hearing. Okay, I will close the public hearing. Okay, discussion or motion? Or both?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the board adopt this ordinance amending Goochland County Code Section 226 to update the official electoral map.
Thank you, Mr. Botters.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lascolette. Further discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And our last public hearing of the evening?
Yep, the final public hearing before you and the citizens of Goochland this evening has to do with the lease that the county has for space out at the Central High School Cultural and Education Complex with the Blacksmiths Guild. They've been in that space since 2019, and they are current on rent. They continue to use it to the benefit not only of their guild, but to residents and folks interested in what they are doing. This is just a renewal of the lease on the same terms, and it is for public hearing as is required under state law.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Any questions at this time? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. Okay, closing the public hearing. All right, any questions or discussion or motion?
Hey, comments, Lisa?
Yeah, please.
I can't, this kind of brings full circle the comments earlier about the Reynolds campus and what they're doing. And I think what Bruce Watson's doing and our Goochland County schools are doing for trades is magnificent. We need to be supportive of it. So I am highly supportive of this lease agreement continuing so that we can teach very valuable skills to our youth.
Thank you, Mr. Waters. Because this is my district, I would like to move that the Goochland County Board of Supervisors authorize the county administrator to execute the lease agreement with the Central Virginia Blacksmith Guild.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Lascolette. Any further discussion? Roll call vote?
Mr. Spoonhour?
Yes.
Ms. Lascolette?
Yes.
Mr. Waters?
Yes.
Mr. Lumpkins?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Good work, everybody. Appreciate everybody's help tonight. And at this time, this board is adjourned until December 5th afternoon meeting of the Board of Supervisors Audit and Finance Committee, which will meet in room 270. And then to the December 5th afternoon regular business meeting, and then the 6 o'clock public hearings. And then following that, the Tuesday, December 12th, Board of Supervisors Transportation Work Session in room 270 as well. All meetings are open to the public. I hope everybody has a wonderful and healthy and safe Thanksgiving. We're adjourned.